Good day, everyone, and welcome to the COR's Research Directive session. This session aims to provide a comprehensive understanding of the research policies that have been recently approved, as well as the necessary guidelines for their implementation and compliance. We also invited our part-time research consultant to share tips on possible grants we can avail. So just a few reminders to all attendees, please ensure that you have accomplished the evaluation form for you to receive your certificate. We will actually post the evaluation link after or before the lecture ends. Please also be reminded that if you have questions, we suggest that you allow the speaker to end his presentation. So let us officially start our program. Leading the Center's goal to provide technical research competence to UMak faculty members, students, and administrative personnel, let's welcome the Center for University Research Director, Florante E. de los Santos, for his opening remarks and presentation.
Good morning to everyone. To begin with, I would like to apologize for probably asking too much of your time to listen to some of the new policies that we have. Second, I would like to express my gratitude for you being here to listen and possibly to ask questions too regarding some of the policies. And then third, this is actually suggested by the management committee. Because initially I thought it is enough that I send all the policies to the email of all employees. I thought that was enough, but the management told me that no, that's not enough. We have to conduct an open forum to inform them about the policies. So what I did, I started with the HSU. I discussed with them the policies, the newly approved ones, and then after that, after the HSU, I requested all the research coordinators, some deans, and even faculty. I think we have also invited some of them, all of them actually, but some of them attended, and we did the same thing. So to present all the new policies, I thought those three are enough. But the management told me, no, it's not enough. So, okay, so I wrote a letter to Sir X and BP Tapia and to approve this particular event. And they said you have to require them to attend. So I think I put that in the letter as well, and noted by the VP for Planning and Research. So much as I don't want employees to spend a lot of face-to-face time with the research center, because I know all of us are busy doing all our respective tasks. But the management told me, no, it's not enough, so who am I to defy that? So we're here. I just attended a two-day executive course on research management last Thursday and Friday in LaSalle. And it was attended by a lot of presidents and vice presidents for research and directors of research management of most universities, at least the ones that are known, State U and also private universities. And it was actually a very good time for me as a representative of the university to know what's going on in the research management area. No? We know that we really do have to strengthen our research endeavors and initiatives because we are a higher education institution. That's number one. Second, we wanted to be ranked globally. So research is actually an essential part of that. It's a good thing that WURI is not that strict regarding research component. But the other more prestigious global university rankings are more into asking for research outputs from university, like the Times, like the QS, and all these things. So I think University of Makati is now trying to meet all these requirements, and that is why it is a good thing that from our end, the Center for University Research, we are trying our best to cope with the demands of what a university should have in terms of policies. And so we did our best to come up with these policies. Thank God, God was really helpful to us in crafting all these policies and also asking people from, not just from the university, but also from other universities to help us craft these policies. No? And luckily, the management, after I have defended all this to them, it was not easy, by the way, to defend the policies to the management committee. No? And I have how many? 16 of them. So you can imagine the time that I had to spend facing the management to defend what we have done, all these policies, and all the questions being asked for us to elucidate. But at the end of the day, all 16 of them, I think, were approved, even by the EXCOM. And now this is the time for me, I think, for us to present to you all these policies. No? So that more or less, because you are also in charge of putting loads to your faculty, and some policies have an effect in loading, no? Specifically in the loading and also in overloading. No? So I think those things have to be clear to all of us, so that when you do your loading for the faculty, you're aware, familiar with the new policies regarding those things that are related to research. Okay, so that's it. The first one has to do with, so these are the topics, so these are the things that we will discuss with you. I told them that we have to make it brief, because I assume that you have already read all the policies, because we have sent them to you via email. No? So one is about PUREV, and then the UMREG, or Research Ethics Committee. The policies, request to conduct research, list of accredited, recognized as scopus, and all these things. Anyway, I don't need to read each one, because they will be presented one after the other later on. Okay, so for my topic, so all these things. So PREV, what is PREV? This is the only accrediting body for Research and Ethics Committee. No? And DOST and CHED required all HEIs to have ethics board or ethics committee. That is why we created the University of Makati Research Ethics Committee. All right. But it was not that easy, because we had to undergo a 4-day training with PREV, okay, for us to become familiar and be able to craft our own SOPs, or the manual, where you can find all the provisions regarding how to have an approved research ethics board or committee, and how to implement all these provisions and policies. Okay. So what we did is, after the 4-day training, this one, the requirement for us to be given the certificate is to come up with an output. What is the output? The drafting of the SOP manual, okay? That deals with all these provisions on ethics, okay? So after that, so we tried to form the committee and come up with the SOP. And then I asked the Prev, is it okay if we, the ones in having positions in the university, be allowed to, temporarily compose the ethics board? Okay? After all, we are the ones assigned to attend the training. And then they told us, yeah, it is allowed, but for only 6 months. Okay? So we are now the interim UMREC, or the interim University of Makati Research and Ethics Committee. The chair now is me. So I was also allowed by Prev to be the chair because it has to be me insofar as it will be easier for the transition into the official UMREC composition, okay? Wherein all these, only the faculty members can be members of UMREC, okay? And UMREC has to be an independent body from all the other offices, even from me, from us, the Center for University Research, okay? Because there has to be no conflict of interest. Even the president has no power, technically, over UMREC, okay? Even the MANCOM, because it is a separate body analyzing, critiquing, reviewing the protocols of all undergraduate and graduate researches, okay? Not just for thesis or dissertation, but also for any paper that will have to be published in universitas or in any other journals for that matter. Okay? So all these papers have to undergo the UMREC evaluation. Okay, that's the point. Okay? So next, please. So the SOP which we did, medyo makapal to, I forgot to bring it to show you. So it was not that easy to craft it, to draft it, okay? But luckily we were able to do it, and we submitted it to Prev for accreditation, all right? So we're praying now that they will approve that. And when did we submit it?
February.
Feb. But they said, you have to already practice it, the ethics review of research protocols, even if we get accredited or not. So we submitted the SOP, hoping that it will be approved. But even if it will not be approved, we have to continuously do the practice of reviewing all the protocols regarding the research. Okay? So clear? So ganun po. The reasons why we have UMREC, protection of human subjects, participants, respondents, and all, ensuring informed consent, compliance with regulations, mitigation of risk. So I don't need to discuss all this because you're all aware of these things. Next. Quality control, maintaining integrity, promoting public trust, ethical decision-making, accountability, and continual improvement. Okay? Because we've already practiced doing the review, and most of those who have submitted their protocols can tell that, comments are also being given to them to improve their work, okay? So in a way, it is also like a filter to help the researchers, no? Although it will take time, that's why I'm telling you now, so that you will also add in your timeline for your students and for your faculty that, hey, there should be also a time for UMREC to decide on whether it is ethical or not, the protocols that you have. Okay? So dapat ilagay nyo rin po yun sa schedule ng mga undergrad thesis para hindi nagmamadali. Because sometimes it takes a week. Okay? In other schools like La Salle, it takes months before a research protocol is approved. That's why their ethics committee is having a problem with a lot of faculty researchers. No? Inaaway sila because tumatagal yung approval, tumatagal din ang completion ng mga grants na nakuha nila from the OST, from abroad, etc., etc. Eventually, that is the point of having an ethics board too in UMak because we wanted to explore getting grants from abroad as well. Okay, we are already starting that. Hopefully, we can get those things because now we have an ethics board. No? Okay, and eventually, even those that are near UMak, if our UMREC is approved by PREV, then they will also be bound by law, by CHED, by DOST, to have their papers approved first by an ethics board or committee in UMak, if they don't have their own ethics board. Okay? Kaya, for example, in Ateneo, in La Salle, they also pay those who want to have their protocols approved by an ethics board. Okay? Next. So, these are the UMREC members and coordination meeting to January 24 next. And then we finalize the SOP on February 1. And then the next one for group 2, February 3, no? So it's painstaking job. It's not that simple to be able to come up with a manual on SOP. So it took us a lot of time and reflection to be able to finish it. Okay? And then next, please. So this is the cover of our UMREC SOP. Medyo makapal po yan. But I think we have also sent a copy of this, soft copy, to all employees. So so that you know you can also be aware of what is happening. Okay, next. So Feb 27 we submitted. I'm praying that that will be approved by REV, accredited, and they will be visiting us. And you know what? It's really hard for me, no? Because I even had to convince the management to give an office to UMREC. All right? And I had to make them understand that, hey, the UMREC has to be independent from you guys, even, no? From MANCOM. Because sometimes you also will have to submit your papers and it might get rejected. So you really have to be out of the picture because they have to be independent from you, even from you. But then they approved and yeah, so next. So we have launched it last March 20 and 23 and explained to the members kung ano yung kanilang functions and tasks. Next. So we have all the research congress papers. They have undergone the protocol review of UMREC, and also all the requests to conduct research have undergone this protocol. Okay, next. So we made a clustering. Cluster 1 is composed of CPM, CCIS, CCSE. Then 2, 3, 4, and 5. Only 5 clusters for the whole university. Actually, the School of Law, I really don't know how they process their own protocol, but I still included them for the sake of formality or, accommodation. So we have the reviewers per cluster. So these are the people who have attended prep seminars. Eventually, those who have positions in the university will be taken out of the UMREC, the interim UMREC. Katulad ko, ni Ivan Moro, si Ma'am Carriaga, all these people who are occupying positions will have to be replaced by faculty members. No? At gusto ko ngayon na, you know why? Because it is very hard for me. Because the task of UMREC na double doon sa ating task sa research center. So doble yung trabaho namin. Tapos wala naman kami bayad dito, no? This is just for the sake of the growth of humanity. Whatever. So, I have sacrificed a lot of time and, reading all these protocols, it's hard to do that. Anyway, now I'm requesting the management to at least give us leave credits. But even that was very hard to request from them, no? So I still have to justify, to be able, I have to compute the time and all these things. Yeah, minsan napapagod na rin ako, no? Pero that's part of the job. I'm just telling you guys. Next. So the flow chart, siguro wag na to, basahin nyo na lang po dun sa inyong soft copy. So far, we have 66 submissions for the Research Congress. 14 are approved now. And then to conduct research, 140 and then 50 are approved. Okay, next slide. First regular meeting last June 1. So meron po kaming in-amend some parts of the SOP because after practicing it for at least 2 months, we found out that we really have to change one provision or two, okay? Because that's how you improve the practice, no? It's a trial and error thing, no? Okay, next. Yeah, tapos na to. Alright, so, yeah. What else? So, our center encourages all papers to use Scopus Elsevier or Web of Science, Clarivate Analytics papers na yun na po yung gamitin nyo sa research, review of related bit, no? Yung lahat ng mga Scopus na. Because we're targeting yung mga Q1, Q2 journals. That's the intention, no? Kasi po, in Lasal, for example, yung mga high school nila sa... Saan yung high school ng Lasal? Dito sa may Greenhills kaya. Mga HSU nila, equivalent sa atin, ay napapublish na sa Scopus. Alright? Students po ito, ha? So, ang taas ng number ng mga students nila that are published in Q1, Q2, 3, 4 journals. Kaya po, pinupush na rin natin to para tayo rin, I'm saying you don't just have to publish your work in universitas. I'm saying that you have to publish your work in Q1, Q2, legit journals, no? Because that is how we get rankings in the World University rankings, no? The QS. Okay, next. So, kayo po, dapat nire-require nyo na rin yung students nyo that they make use of journals para sa kanilang RRL that are Q1, Q2, or Scopus Index, or yung Clarivate, no? Okay, next. So I think that's the last one for me. That's good. So ito yung resolution ng EXCOM. Next slide. Hindi nga yung malagay siguro. Okay. Request to conduct research. Next, please. Yeah. Akin pa to? Kayo na. Alright, so yun po. So, that's why don't be surprised why we have this that the research protocols have to undergo UMREC first. No? Okay? For the what are the research protocols? So these are normally the first 3 chapters of your paper. Alright? So kasama po yung survey questionnaires, kasama po yung informed consent. So what will happen in your research? So nandun. So that when UMREC reads it, they will be able to assess already ano ba yung paper, what is the paper about, who will be the respondents or participants, how are you going to conduct it, etc., etc. If they find that there is something questionable about it in terms of ethics and all these things, then it has to undergo 3 kinds of review. One can be exempted review. Another can be expedited review. And the last one is the full review. So, yung mga to, they are defined well in the SOP. So, you just go to the manual and read. Okay? So, yun lang po, and then we can proceed to the next one. Maganda ko sinabi. Sorry. O, next one, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Carl, and I'm part of the research team. I'll be discussing about the first batch of the recently ExCom approved CUR policies. So the first policy that we came up with was the policy on the request to conduct research. So I know we are familiar na po with this since prior to the approval of the policy, this was already being practiced within the university. So next slide, please. So the coverage of this policy.
Question
So-
muna. Or mamaya.
Question.
Yeah.
Question. Yes, ma'am. Question.
Yeah, you can ask pala. Sorry, I forgot.
For ano lang sir, for clarification lang sir. So, bali yun sa function lang ng UMREC. Bali, kasi ang nakalagay po is mag-guide sila, di ba? So, parang sa process po, saan sila papasok? Kasi for example, ako po magre-research ako. So, kailangan ba may research, may protocol na ako or paano nila po ako i-guide na, kasi marami pong ganong cases sa amin na yung hindi makapag-start talaga kasi siyempre mas importante po talaga na alam talaga namin para sa baby steps talaga para makapag-come up ng isang research po talaga yung mga faculty or kami.
Thank you, ma'am. That's a good question. It is not the task of UMREC to guide the researchers. Okay? It is the task of UMREC to review the protocols if you are following the right protocol or not. So UMREC will tell you there's something wrong with your, for example, with your informed consent. Okay? So that is the task of UMREC. So it is not to guide. Actually, para silang MTRCB. Alright? And then they will tell you why your protocol is being rejected. Yeah. So they are not mentors. They will not mentor. It is more the task, I believe that it should be the task of those faculty who are occupying the higher tier of academic ranking. No? They should be the mentors for the students and also for the faculty who are occupying the lower tier of faculty ranking. It is not the task of UMREC to mentor. So I hope that is clear.
Yung comment.
In addition to that, answer of Sir Rante, kasi if we know, as he said kanina, one of the functions of UMREC is to review submissions, protocols. So if students and faculty would know who they are, there would be a problem kasi. That's why last meeting, we amended one of the SOPs wherein we are going to redact the names of the reviewers so that, and the proponents, so that those who will be submitting their protocols to UMREC wouldn't know who's reviewing their protocol, for the sake of making sure that there will be no conflict of interest and people influencing the review of UMREC. Yun po.
Yeah. It might be confusing right now because I am the director of the Research Center. I'm also the chair of the Research Ethics Committee. So it's a bit confusing. The mentoring part, I think, is part of the job of the Research Center. Alright? That is why we are sponsoring a lot of research ethics, related capability building. If you have been attending all these, ilan na yon, mga 8 na yata, 6. Because we want to guide, we want to mentor the faculty on writing researches. Ngayon, kung na-miss niyo po ito, binidyo po namin ito. These are all recorded and we posted all of them sa University of Makati YouTube channel. So you just access it from there if you happen to miss one or two. So yun po ma'am, that is the task of our center to actually mentor and guide, no? Although in my opinion, that should not be the case because all of us are already in the higher education institution. We are all assistant professors and up, it is expected from us that we know how to write, okay? But of course, in reality, that is not the case, okay? Based from experience. That is why CUR is trying its best to provide all these capability training, seminars on research. Alam po namin, busy kayo sa mga schedule, kaya hindi po kayo nakaka-attend dito, pang-walo na, no? Kaya po, binidyo po namin and i-access nyo na lang po dun sa YouTube. So we are actually trying our best to make all materials available to all of you. Ngayon, kung gusto niyo po na mag-speaker din kayo, you feel that, hey, sir, I can actually, talk about writing the bibliography or writing the research-related literature, you tell me, and then I can come up with a seminar sort of thing, and you be the speaker for 1 hour or so. And yeah, so that's how welcome everybody is to help each other in our research endeavors. Yun po yun. Kaya medyo nakakalito po ngayon kasi ako din yung chair ng UMREC. I'm also the director of research. So, I hope I answered your question.
So, balik, ano ka lang sir, no? Balik po pag may protocol na po kami and then sasubmit po sa inyo. And then for ano po siya, review. So, for review po siya. So, tama po? No?
Yes po.
So, mga ilang ano po kaya yun? Ilang months, ilang weeks? Para po malaman namin kung halimbawa na okay ba yung ano po namin, yung research po namin.
It depends po sa klase ng review na deemed appropriate ng chair. For example, kung ang pinaka-ano po, yung wala talagang risk na research, exempted from review. So, agad-agad po yun na i-inform po namin. Yun nga lang po kasi masyadong marami po talaga na mga request to conduct at saka sa universitas ngayon. Kaya medyo matagal yung turnaround ng ating nung feedback. Pero yung pinakauna po, yung pag walang risk yung ating paper, yung research, exempted siya. On the other hand, kung may konting risk yung data collection, also may risk din sa ating mga participants or respondents yung research nakita ng chair na may ganoong sitwasyon yung paper, it will be an expedited review naman. Ang expedited review, usually po kung hindi po siya, kumbaga kung titignan natin yung SOP, basta po walang human subject involved in human experiment, usually nagiging expedited siya. Lalo na kung may risk sa privacy o yung research, may risk na tawag dito, magiging uncomfortable yung respondent dun sa mga questions na ibibigay or ito-throw ng mga researchers when they were interviewed, or kung, for example, may magiging uncomfortable sila sa pagsagot, nakita po ng chair na mukhang magiging uncomfortable yung sasagot ng survey questionnaire na to, nagiging expedited siya. Pero kung wala namang danger sa life nung respondent and health, usually expedited siya. Expedited review usually ay 5 working days. So yun. On the other hand, afterwards, kung super risky naman yung ating research, may experiment siya, human experiment, may human testing, and so on and so forth, may mental health talaga na trigger, nagiging full review na yung ating tawag dito yung review. Yun ay usually 10 working weeks. Days, yeah. 10 working days, ibig sabihin 2 weeks. Or so, depende rin sa magiging, magiging turnaround ng mga reviewers. So yun, usually po yata sa pharmacy, nursing, at saka sa radiology, yung mga may ganun na issue. COS din sa psychology kasi nga, of course, may involvement yan talaga ng human subjects. So, ayun po. Now, kung meron po isa sa mga, for example po, before po kasi namin i-release yung for example, expedited at saka full review, kuminsan kasi, ang nangyayari, as predicted by the SOP, pag nag-release na ng review and decision yung mga reviewers, dalawa po yung reviewers, ang nangyayari po dyan ay, isasangguni pa po namin yung kanilang review sa body. Okay? In our case po sa GC ng UMREC, para mas mabilis yung communication. Pag isa sa mga member ng UMREC nag-object dun sa decision ng dalawang reviewers, ang mangyayari, magkakaroon po talaga ng review of the review during the regular session ng UMREC, which happens every first Friday of the month. So, sa halip na mapabilis, for example, expedited, may nag-object, wait, mukhang hindi to expedited, kailangan full review to. Wait, mukhang hindi nasunod nung proponent o nung author yung mga sinabi ninyo na mga kailangan i-revise sa kanyang paper, for example, sa informed consent or dun sa data gathering plan nila, kailangan magkaroon ng full review ng buong member. So, yun, medyo dun po tatagal yung review. Pero normally, hopefully, right now, mga 2 working weeks ang nangyayari for expedited or 1 working week. Kasi ang nangyayari, pagbalik ng revision ni proponent, i-review po ulit yun ng assigned reviewers. And then, pag binalik, tapos magta-turn around po ulit yun. Hanggang sa masatisfy po yung reviewer natin. Hanggang sa sabihin nila, okay, approve for for example, sa universitas, approve for full paper review, full paper submission and review. For request to conduct, approve na po ito for for data collection. Yun po.
Yeah, kung tutusin po ma'am, mabilis pa po yung 10 working days. Kasi in Lasal, kaya nag-aaway na doon yung mga researchers and ethics board. Minsan 1 taon na, wala pa yung decision. Kasi nga medyo full review na talaga yung paper. So, kaya nagagalit sila kasi hindi nila nabibit yung deadline ng DOST for the funding, for the grants, or from the grants abroad. Kaya nagagalit na yung mga faculty, researchers. We're talking about millions kasi when we talk about grants, no? So, yeah. Pero darating din po tayo doon, I am actually into that idea of realizing this. I don't know if I'm that ambitious, but I think we have a lot of potentials, the faculty researchers and the students. I think we can go for it, no? And that's why mamaya meron tayong create na organized research units because of that hope na meron po ako, no? And also, right now, I'm communicating with some 5 journal managers. Meron po kaming messenger na pinag-uusapan po namin doon, how are we going to have our journals be Scopus Index, no? So nasa first step na po tayo, pupunta na tayo sa second step. I will tell you all this kapag narating na natin unti-unti. I will tell you our gradual progress. Because tagumpay po natin lahat yun no? Hindi lang ng research center. So, yun po yung hope natin. Ambisyoso ako, but I think that is how we do it. No? That's why we got indexed by Andrew Gonzalez Philippine Citation Index. Hindi po madali rin na ma-index ng AGCPI, pero unang step lang po yun. Gusto natin, mas Scopus Index din yung universitas. It's going to be a hard job, a work, tough job to do. That's why I need all the support of the management, the faculty, and the students for us to realize it. It's not that easy. So we start with the simple ones that like the UMak, Research Ethics Board. No? Huwag po kayong mainis kung halimbawa bumalik uli yung protocol kasi mayroong pinaka-improve, may question about it, and it has to take another 5 days or 10 days because it has to be clear first before you can start your research. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir, and Sir Vincent. Acknowledging the presence of our Vice President for Planning and Research and our concurrent dean for Pharmacy, Professor Maria Faye Cariaga. Thank you, ma'am, for being here. And to continue the policy of the cost to conduct research. So right now, this function is being administered by the Center for University Research as the interim UMREC. We are part of the interim UMREC. So after, I think, this coming semester, I think this will be transferred. This function will be transferred in transition to the what do you call it, sir? The full University of Makati Research Ethics Committee. And next, please.
Hopefully soon, no?
Yes, sir.
Hopefully next month, wala na sa akin yung trabaho na to because it's hard for the center to do this. So that's why we really have to have immediately the UMREC faculty members to be the ones in charge. No? Honestly, it's hard for me. It's hard for the center. That's why I'm begging the VP, our beloved VP Cariaga, to set up na yung dalawang people who will be in charge of the secretariat para magbotohan na, mawala na kami, mga nasa posisyon doon sa UMREC, at maging faculty na lang po lahat yun, at magbotohan na ng bagong chair na official, para wala na po yung work sa amin. Para hindi na rin confusing sa inyo, kasi nagkakagulo, no? Research Center, tapos UMREC. Kung kayo nagugulo, mas nagugulo po ako because I have to read all these protocols, no? Because I'm the interim chair at the moment, and it's not easy. Okay.
Yan, so good morning po sa ating lahat. So good morning po sa ating lahat. I hope by now na-realize na po natin yung relevance at yung importance why we have a research ethics committee. So kasi po, kung talagang, I just want to really emphasize, Director Rante, that in order for us to really foster our research culture sa University of Makati, kailangan po talaga meron tayong REC na accredited. So, nabanggit din po siguro ng CUR na in-process yung accreditation because mas malaki ang chance na ma-accredit tayo if we're already doing the processes. So, kailangan po talaga natin yung suporta ng bawat institute at ng bawat kolegyo, undergraduate researches man yan, or graduate researches. So, yung interim na REC, na committee, nasabi nga ni Direktorante na kailangan na mag-take over ang full-time faculty members. So, perhaps, Directorante, we should also open doon sa mga willing na tumulong, yung talagang may love, may interest, may competencies. Alam niyo naman po, di ba, mga sarili natin, right? Kilala natin ang mga sarili natin. So, if you have all of those, siguro what we can do is to open yung membership na po na yan. Kasi multidisciplinary naman ang kailangan natin doon sa UMREC na committee. So, para din po sa mga research coordinators ng bawat institute and bawat kolegyo, I think it's also very important that we really have to make our presence felt in the institute or in the college. So kung meron tayong mga nasa teaching tayo talaga, kumbaga yung pagtuturo, na yan, kumbaga alam na natin and felt ang presence ng bawat guro. Pero siguro equally important is to make yung researcher, na pagiging researcher na aspeto ng guro to be felt in the college or in the institute. So ang conduit talaga ng CUR is yung research coordinator. They've been doing a lot of seminars, a lot of webinars nung una, pertaining to the functions really of the research coordinator. So, kumbaga, through the research coordinators, expected na nakakastate po lahat ng ipinapatupad or yung ginagawa ng CUR. So, ang request lang talaga namin is for the research coordinators to relay, to also mentor. Kasi po kung si research coordinator na yung napili doon sa kolegyo, ibig sabihin, part of the responsibility is not just to say, to relay, to inform, and to disseminate. No, because the CUR empowers the research coordinator. And so, the research coordinator should also cascade this to the institute or the college. So kung may problema about research, nandun si research coordinator to somehow facilitate things, right? And to serve as the conduit kung hindi makaya on the level of the research coordinator, punta siya i-refer sa CUR para ma-actionan so that there are no gaps along the way. There should be no gaps along the way because we're just one community and we all want one and same goal. Di po ba? So yun lang po ang we should be able to define really yung function, yung role ng research coordinator. And we, as much as we could, involve our faculty members to do research. Yun lang po.
Thank you, Ma'am Dariaga. Also, regarding the research coordinator, there is a policy that will be discussed that will tell you that you will also be given a 6-unit honorarium. Also, if you are a member of the UMREC, a faculty can be given a 6-unit honorarium as well. Or if you become the chair of the UMREC, you can be given 12-unit honorarium. Okay? So, kaya there are a lot of things that you have to deliver and you have to write it in your, what they call that, accomplishment report, because that is what is going to be checked by the planning director. So, ngayon, seryoso na po tayo na kapag research coordinator ka, you really have to deliver something on the table, and it will be checked if you really did those things. If not, then you cannot claim that 6 units, no, or 12. Right? Thank you.
May output po talaga na. I think, sir, natin yung kailangan natin i-ano po, yung deliverables po nila. Nandiyan naman po, di ba? So, yun, per deliverable or per function, may expected outcomes.
Functions din.
Yes. So, eventually, yun yung i-check po talaga.
Yes po. Yung mga research coordinator po natin is magiging defined na po yung functions and job descriptions po nila. And may monitor po siya ng research and ng planning office po ata, if I'm right. So, as research coordinators po, I think part of their job is to disseminate policy regarding research. So please po, push the students to undergo research ethics review ng University of Makati Research Ethics. So ito po yung policy na yun. So yung coverage po neto is as mandated by the Center for University Research right now as the interim UMREC and as mandated by the Management Committee. All research papers, it's either undergrad or postgrad papers, must undergo research ethics review. So next po. So we identify two types of requesting proponents. So the first one is the internal requesting proponent and the external. So the internal proponent are those associated with UMak, and number two is the external proponent. They are not associated with UMak but are interested in conducting their study within UMak's jurisdiction. So pati po sila, yung mga magko-conduct na proponent from outside, they are bound by this policy po. So i-review pa din po yung paper nila. Next po. So here are the procedures for the approval of the request. So the first one, the proponent should write a letter of intent to conduct a research addressed to the UMREC chair. Right now, yung UMREC chair po natin is Sir Ante, the interim chair po. Number two, the proponent shall accomplish the requirements or forms as part of the mandate of the UMREC in the review of research protocols. So we have a corresponding Google form for this one po. As far as I know, we posted na mga QR codes sa mga colleges for to expedite the process, and hindi na po pupunta sa office para mag-submit ng mga research protocols nila. So once in-scan po nila yung QR code, nandun na po yung guidelines, instructions, downloadable forms, and mga template po para sa mga requirements and sa pag-process ng request to conduct research. So yun po. Number 3, the UMREC shall assess the research protocol if it adheres to the ethical guidelines and standard operating procedures. So yun na po. Nire-review na po ng UMREC yung research protocols, and wini-weigh po nila if the protocol has risk, minimal risk, or it has high risk, and ina-assess po nila, and they will decide if expedited, exempted, and full review yung mangyayari sa research protocol. Number 4, the UMREC shall inform the proponent if the research protocol needs necessary edits and revisions. Thus, the proponent shall go through the process of reapplication affecting the prescribed edits and revisions to the research protocol. So ito po yung rigorous part. If yung paper is may minimal risk or high risk, for sure po, it will undergo expedited or full review. And if the reviewer has suggestions and edits to the paper, the proponent needs to comply with that suggestions and edits. So yun po yung rigorous part. It takes time po talaga para ma-approve yung research protocol if hindi po satisfied si reviewer dun sa research protocol ni proponent. So number 5, if approved, the UMREC shall then endorse the request to OVPPR for final approval. So University of Makati Research Ethics Committee, their function is to review research protocols. So yung approval po ng dissemination of data gathering tool or data collection is OVPPR po yan. So, yun po. Once approved or disapproved with the OVPPR, which shall inform CUR proponent of the decision of the request. CUR shall assist the proponent for proper dissemination of data gathering tool. So, once ma-transfer na po ang function na ito sa University of Makati Research Ethics Committee, wala na pong jurisdiction yung CUR doon sa mga research protocol na pinapasa sa UMak. So, yung function na lang po ng CUR is to assist the research proponent for the dissemination of their data gathering tool. So, halimbawa po, si proponent is trying to disseminate data gathering tool within the UMak's jurisdiction, pero kung nahihirapan po siya. So, pwede po mag-assist doon yung CUR for proper dissemination po. So, yun lang po yung main function ng CUR after ma-transfer and ma-transition yung function ng interim UMREG sa UMREG. So, questions po? Wala pa na. Next policy, please. So, the next policy is the policy on list of accredited and recognized non-focused journals. So, this policy is one of the more popular requests of I think faculty members is for CUR to come up with a list of accredited scholarly journals. So familiar naman po tayo sa Scopus pa, no? So yung Scopus is they're one of the I think most popular indexing body right now. So we identified scholarly journals that are not listed in Scopus. So we have 8 criteria for inclusion. So number 1 should have peer-reviewed articles, and the journal description should include the peer review process. And number 2, have a reputable pool of reviewers, consultants, and editorial boards. So 1 and 2, it is a must for journal inclusion. Number 3, so be published regularly. So if sinabi nila every year, they publish an issue of their journal, dapat po yun po yung be published regularly. Pag nag-fail sila, at least once a year, nag-fail sila mag-publish, pwede na po siya for exclusion. Number 4, have an international standard serial number. So all journals have ISSN. And it should be visible sa ISSN portal. So sa ISSN portal po nakikita namin doon, itatype lang namin yung ISSN ng journal, and one criteria po siya for inclusion sa journal. Number 5, have a publicly available publication ethics and publication malpractice statement. And number 6, should not be listed in Bill's list, potential predatory journals and publisher. So doon kami minsan nagbabase po sa Bill's list if nakita namin sa Bill's list na predatory si journal, hindi na po namin siya i-include o pwede may possible exclusion po for that journal. So, request for journal inclusion. So, CUR encourages faculty members po to contribute to that list of journals. So, paano po tayo makapag-contribute? Should write a letter po, formal letter, to the Center for University Research Director for the intent of journal inclusion. So may mag-a-assess po may mag-a-assess, legitimacy check po yung term na ginagamit namin. Dalawang center po yung nag-assess na. Center for University Research, tsaka library. Bakit po library? Sila po yung what they call this, expert po sa publication resources. So nangingi po kami ng tulong sa kanila. Yung approval naman po is sa Vice President for Planning and Research natin. Final approval. And we do review biannually. So ibig sabihin po, we only add or include yung mga approved journal twice a year lang po. Halimbawa po, na-approve yung journal inclusion January. Pero yung next review pa po is June. June pa po namin i-add sa list yung journal. Next po. So we also have conditions for delisting of non-scopus journals. Number one, failure to publish based on the frequency they claim to maintain. So pag sinabi nilang biannually silang nag-publish but they failed to do so, pwede na po siyang basis po yung for inclusion. Number two, failure to uphold acceptable standards by CUR. So we also assess articles that are published in the journal. So basic standards, correct use of grammar, similarity check, AI detection, and such. Number three, formal and valid complaints regarding publication. So if a proponent forwarded a formal complaint to COR regarding this publication, pwede po siya maging basis for exclusion. And if naman may nakita kami online na may mga proponent o may mga nag-publish dun sa journal na sinasabi nilang may malpractice yung journal na yun, bound for exclusion din po siya. Number 4, the research article's failure to follow the suggested field of discipline declared by the journal, publication, or website. So, ito po, isa din po siya sa nagde-determine if the journal is a predatory one. So, pag sinabi ni journal na engineering lang yung discipline na pinapublish nila, but they published papers for agriculture like that or different fields, it would raise a concern na po. Pwede po siyang base for exclusion din. Number 5, if the journal is listed in the updated bills list of potential predatory journals and publishers. So, next please. So, yun po yung policy natin. And yung list po ng journals is na-forward na po sa lahat ng email. So, pwede po natin makita. And I encourage you po na mag-request po tayo and magdagdag po tayo dun sa list natin para yun din po. Yes, ma'am.
Saan email kasi?
Lahat mo ng email po ng faculty members.
Lahat.
Yes, ma'am.
Last yun ng faculty.
Yes po.
Not just
Lahat
faculty,
po.
but
mga offices and
all employees.
yes, ma'am.
All employees.
Yes po. Policy on research project and implementation incentive. So, we came up with a incentive or grant that would encourage faculty members to pursue research.
Wait lang.
Yes, sir.
Just a moment. If you did not receive an email, please tell us immediately so we can resend. Okay? Or any of your faculty, please tell us. And then regarding the journal inclusion, one thing that you have to consider is if you wanted a journal to be part of it, if the journal has not been in existence for like 3 to 5 years, chances are it will not be included. No? So it has to maintain first its stature as a peer-reviewed journal before it gets the nod of people in the academy to consider it a good one. Alright? So, yun lang. Just note.
FYI lang po pala, kanina po may executive approval na yung 4 na policy na pinopose and in-endorse namin sa management committee and forward na po din siya sa lahat ng faculty, email na faculty members. So, pa-check na lang din po. Sa next policy po is the policy on the research project and implementation incentive. Next one. So, all faculty members or employees of the University of Makati are eligible for this incentive. All regular or casual full-time faculty members, full-time pala, faculty members and employees. So, CUR identified three field of studies. The first one is competence, the second one is consciousness, and the third one is conscience. Yung under competence is any field of engineering, biology, physics, chemistry, financial engineering, computer engineering, IoT, computer science, data science, English, applied statistics, mathematics, and technology education. For consciousness, urban planning, communication arts, architecture, Philippine studies, women development, community development, gender studies, Philippine literature, public administration, and political science. For conscience naman po, ethics, psychology, guidance and counseling, and other programs allied with mental health. So next po. CUR shall ensure that all clusters study, competence, consciousness, and conscience will be represented. If there's a chosen proponent, recipient for consciousness, then the committee will prioritize a proponent to represent the other. So, yun po. Lahat po ng cluster studies will be represented. We prioritize po ang proponents applications for sole authorship para ma-utilize po nila yung maximum of 100K na incentive. So we have qualifications. Siyempre po important to. Qualification requirements for requesting proponents. Number 1 has no pending administrative cases, and number 2 is not a recipient for other external research grants. So if you're halimbawa po already applied and you're already working on a research project by the OSP, technically po, you're hindi na po yung qualified for this grant. Number 3. So we also encourage retiring members to apply for this incentive. However, the duration of the incentive, the implementation of the expected outcome, and the return service completion should not go beyond the date of retirement. And number 4, the proponent must ensure the research proposal is new and has not been used for another grant or is not published in another journal. About the time frame. So the incentive is a maximum of 100,000 per research. So the proponent has to complete the research in 1 year. So upon the completion of the final paper, the proponent has at least 6 months to implement his research project or the research policy or program. Next, please. So the incentive shall be released as follows. So the first tranche is the 21%. So upon the approval of the proposal po yun. The second tranche, the 80%, after the implementation of the research program, the policy, or the research project. So the COR allows for extension. Proponents will need to extend another year to finish the paper from the time they propose. Yes, ma'am.
Paano kung hindi siya policy or program?
What can?
Yung research. You go back to the previous slide.
What? Previous slide.
Kasi the previous slide, kasi you mentioned there, it was mentioned there that, yung last sentence, implementing the research policy or program for a period of at least 6 months. Paano if it's not a research policy or program?
It should be po.
It should have an
Kasi dapat po meron siyang
Nasa policy.
organization na magbe-benefit doon
agency
sa
an agency one.
yung po yung pinaka-main ng RPII.
I just asked because yung sa akin po kasi, because yung line ko po is on the literature communication side. So, for yung output, like what I'm experiencing now, is not part of that.
The chances are that will not be given because unless you will be able to prove that the output will be implemented, for example, with a change of curriculum in the program of the college where you belong, and if the dean, because you have to get the nod of the dean that she agrees with the implementation of your output. If she does, she will also sign in the contract that she will be, applying the output of your research. And in that case, before you can get the 80% of the grant, you must be able to, the dean has to implement it for at least 6 months. Yeah. So for it to be given, by the way, the maximum, the 100,000 basis is not on sole authorship as pointed out by Carl, but it's actually on the depth of the research project, no? So it's not on sole authorship. I just want to correct that. Yeah, it's in the topic, it is in how the output will be implemented in the identified office or center or agency at the city hall, because you need somebody from your target agency to approve. your proposal, that it will be implemented in the agency or center or college. Thank you.
So sir, dahil kasi
Yeah.
ang ano natin, kapag po gagawa tayo ng research, kapag pupropose tayo, parang ang dulo nun is fine, or may implement siya, or magagamit. So, matatranslate talaga. So, parang matatranslate yung output na yun na magagamit natin. Naalala niyo po nung may parang series yun na actually yung Vice President ng PNP na isang malaking criterion para maging Center of Development or Center of Excellence is maipakita natin na yung mga polisiya ay galing sa church. So, evidence says na yung outputs natin ay nagagamit ng institution. More so, if you're a local university, nagagamit siya ng city. So, mas maraming ganun, mas mataas ang puntos na may aaward sa isang institution. So, ito po yung pinanggagalingan nito na kailangan may dulong tinitignan na relevant at mai-implement ng university.
And right now, the Center for Communication is still in the process of approving our poster because we wanted to disseminate this research, what do you call it? Research project. Research project and implementation project. Incentive. Sorry. Research incentive. No? Because initially I entitled this a research grant. Malcolm doesn't want it to be a grant, so I changed it to research project and implementation incentive because the stress is on implementation. But even without the poster, now that you know, you can already tell your people in your respective colleges, hey, meron palang available na maximum 100K. Because sometimes hindi 100K kapag hindi ganun ka beneficial yung project. Baka 50,000 lang. It will be determined by the committee. But of course, kung ako tatanungin 100, bibigyan ko siya. Ako pa ba? No? So, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and ma'am. Apologies po pala, highly encouraged po pala yung solo pressure na prioritized. So, next please. So, here are the application requirements. So, eto po, hindi po siya sa UMREC. Sa another committee po siya kung magde-determine if the research proposal is relevant, has substance, and has importance, beneficial to an agency, or a center or office. So, here are our forms.
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
There's a question here, what happened if they're not able to finish it? So the point was
Doon ka na pumunta sa
what if we return or if we just enjoy for the process?
They have to return, sir, the incentive.
Nasa latter part mo po ng Paris. Yeah. I know you're
Yes, sir.
saying, but
Failure to implement
it's
po.
in the latter part.
We could do, CUR can do recommendation po sa CUR.
Within the rest of
May interest ba? Wala.
Wala.
Compounded.
Full amount lang.
So yun po, full amount po yung ibabalik sa city or sa UMak if nag-fail po si proponent na i-implement yung kanyang research project. So halimbawa po, nabigay na po yung 20% kasi approved na yung research proposal, but on the implementation phase po, fail to implement the project, ibabalik po pati yung 20K na first tranche. So yun po, full incentive po talaga ibabalik. So back po tayo, sir. So here are application requirements. So ilalabas po namin yung mga forms once open na po tayo for submission and application. So next po. So there are two types of committee that will assess your research proposal. So first po, hindi po mawawala talaga yung University of Makati Research Ethics Committee. Siya yung first phase of filtering. The second one is the Research Project Implementation Incentive Committee, RPIIC. It is composed of the Vice President for Planning and Research, the University Secretary, the CR Director, and the HRMO head. Next, please. So, Research Project Implementation Incentive Announcement and Procedure for availment. So, announcements will be made every academic year. So, every academic year po, mag-open po kami for submissions. And, we have criteria. The Research Project Implementation Incentive Committee will review and approve the project proposal based on the following criteria. So, number one is not, I think, the priority.
Technically, this is already an announcement, no?
Yes,
So you don't need to wait for a formal announcement. But this meeting right now is already the announcement that, hey, it is already available. In fact, we have already the approved budget for it from the city. I'm just waiting for people to subscribe.
So,
Right now, I only requested for 5 slots because I'm still testing the waters. You know, I don't know if somebody will apply for it. You know, but if we will prove to the management and to the city hall that hey, we are actually utilizing the initial budget that we have requested, then you know I can make it 10 or 20 or 100. It depends.
So, deload option. This was already approved na po and may accept. Yes, ma'am.
Pwede po pabalik din sa requirements.
Sa requirements. Sige po.
Yan.
Sige, ma'am. Go po.
Ang tanong ko lang
Ma'am.
sir, yung informed consent form, saan po ba yung papasok?
Sa UMREC siya, ma'am.
Sa
Opo.
umbrek, nalilito talaga.
Standard na talaga yun, ma'am. Pagdadaan sa UMREC, ma'am, yun po yung ating requirements. Yes, ma'am.
Basta car, di ba, Sir Dante? Basta ito, parang yung protocol dapat dumaan sa umbrek.
Sa UMREC. Lahat po talaga, ma'am.
So, bali po yung form ng informed consent form sa
UMREC siya, ma'am. Standard na po siya, ma'am, sa
Standard
UMREC.
na siya.
Yes po. Hindi na po siya mawawala doon. Dito naman, ma'am, sa committee na to, yung Research Project Incentive and Implementation Committee. Ito po yung form na kailangan ipasa. So, okay.
To clarify po, wala po kami template ng ICF or Informed Consent Form.
Inadapt po lang po namin.
Inadapt lang po namin yung sa COS. Yun. Yan, inibigay po namin na example ng Informed Consent Form. Galing po yun sa COS sa site.
Sila po yung medyo naka-detail po.
Yeah, kasi po very detailed po yung kanilang ICF. So that's why.
Hindi po applicable sa amin yung iba na answer na lang namin.
Opo.
Yes naman, ma'am.
Actually,
Yes.
sir, di ba, meron din doon naman, nung nag-seminar tayo ng basic research ethics sa KIRET. So, merong mga doon, nandun lahat yung questions to be answered pertaining to the content ng
ICF.
hindi po, ng informed consent. So, sample yun yung galing sa COS na parang sinushoki o ginagawa natin parang sample nga ng informed consent kung yung galing sa COS. But, lahat ng yun ay, kumbaga, follows yung standards ng PIRET.
Yes. Very much po.
Tama kayo ma'am, kasi iba-iba po ng discipline. So to have the manual, you can request it from us. I can also provide you with that. And it has all the samples for all kinds of informed consent. However, we found the COS ICF very a good one. So we, made it as our sample for the others. But you need not follow it. You can have your own.
Okay, yun po. Ito po yung ating mga requirements for the availment of the incentive. So next po. Mag-forward tayo, mag-release naman po a Google form for the application for this incentive. Nandun na po lahat yung guidelines, downloadable forms, para doon na lang po i-accomplish yung mga requirements for this incentive, for the application of the incentive. So, recently, na-approve na po yung another policy natin as university, yung deload po and overload for faculty members that has research-related function. So, I will discuss po that later on, but proponents may opt to apply for deload, but this is optional po lang po to. This is subject for the approval of the dean kasi sila po yung mawawalan ng magtuturo.
Not just the dean, but the proponent. If you want to avail the deload, then you can tell your dean. Okay? But there is a requirement for that. You need to have a service, return service. No? Kaya if I were you, I would not apply for a deload because you need to have a return service. Okay? Pero ako yun. Kayo, hindi ko alam. It's up to you.
So yun po. Yung required lang po mag-return yung required lang po mag-return service, yung mga mag-avail ng deload option. So once hindi naman sila mag-avail, they are not bound by the what you call this return service requirement. So yun po, kailangan i-inform ni requesting proponent yung din nila if mag-avail sila ng deload kasi sila po yung mawawala ng mag-deload. Next po. Next. So progress reports and expected outputs. So we have a rubric na determine if the research project na na-implement has a benefit or was beneficial to the agency or to the office or center. And once may makita na po na apparent success, i-release na po yung last tranche, which is the 80% of your incentive. Next please.
So, wait, there's earlier than a year, no? Kasi dati, 1 year yon. But if I said to the Mancom that if it is apparent that there is a success for at least 6 months, then the remaining 80 can be taken. Yeah. And they approve of it. Thank you, Ma'am Cariaga, and the rest of the Mancom.
Yay!
Alright.
Ano lang po talaga, yung kwento lang, talagang gusto talaga ng Mancom po na mentoring po ang mga faculty na mag-research. So, ganun po yung, sige na, i-ano na natin. Kasi, actually, mas mababa yung pinopose ni Sir din sa amount na 100,000. But, sabi nga po, sige na, taasan natin para ma-encourage po yung mga faculty members na magawa ng research. So, ganun po ka-open at saka ka-facilitate po na para makuha natin yung research culture talaga, yung gusto natin para sa university. Thank you po.
Nung una, parang ayaw ko sana nung ibabalik mo yung amount kapag di mo na igawa. Kaya lang, it's not a good thing because it's going to be a ritual na, magiging habit ng faculty nila. So, and I check also the other universities of doing this. I think they also have the same kind of policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Ma'am. We also have, if the proponent fails to implement the research output, pwede po namin i-inform si HR and si UMak budget, sila na po mag-impose ng penalty. Sa budget po naman, kukunin po nila ulit yung nabigay na incentive sa iyo. So, if you fail to implement the research project, approved proposal na yun, so may 20% up po kayo, ibabalik po siya sa budget office. So, next po. So, the next policy is on the deload and equivalent teaching overload for these designations with research functions and research writing activities. So, recently approved po siya and may execom approval na din po. So, next po.
Next slide.
So the idea of this policy is to give deload to faculty members that have research-related functions and designations. And also to those faculty members that are pursuing research writing. Yung may mga grant po. So, pwede po sila mag-avail ng deload doon. So, next.
Yeah.
Next.
So deload means in your 18 units full load, you can have 12 units for research. That's deload. Overload is honorarium. Just want to make it clear. Okay.
Sa regular lang, sir, di ba bawal?
I think for regular faculty lang yun.
Hindi lahat. For casual po. Regular and casual. Casual and regular po. Open for casual and regular faculty.
There you go.
Yes po. Yung deload po is for faculty members na gusto mag-pursue ng research writing.
Regular and casual?
Yeah.
Yes ma'am. Para kung makapag-pursue si faculty member ng research writing like external grants or sa RPII, para kung matapos nila yon, open po tayo for deload for a maximum of 12 units.
Yeah, because we understand how overwhelmed we are, because I'm also a teacher. When you're teaching, it's hard to do research at the same time. That's why I really push for this, that we can have deload or overload depending on what we like.
Yes po. Yung overload naman po, equivalent teaching overload is for those faculty members that are holding designations relating to research, like research coordinators, committee member. Yes ma'am.
The next slide.
Yes ma'am, go ahead.
Dito, kasi kung deloaded, definitely nawala siya ang honorary.
Yes, this part of the policy.
Balik mo kasi sa deload.
Correct.
Yes, ma'am. It is part of the policy, but in the latter part. When you avail the deload, then you will not be given up an overload. That's logical, right?
Sabi mo yan sa
But there is that provision here, okay? Later pa.
Next. The documentation ba yun, sir?
Next.
Next please.
Okay na yan siguro.
Next po.
Okay na rin yan.
Yes ma'am.
For example po, di ba, casual, tapos 18 units kasi full time natin, di ba?
Yes,
So,
po.
pag na-deload siya 12 units, so 6 units na lang.
Yes ma'am.
So, what if po hindi niya matapos yung research niya, for example? Kasi di ba, sa kontrata kasi tayo, di ba? Yung sahod kasi ng casual is nag-base dun sa teacher's program.
Yeah.
Yun lang po, sa teaching load po talaga.
I think he will be responsible to the dean because he or she is supposed to teach for 12 hours, but she intended to devote it for research and she did not actually accomplish anything as equivalent to that. So it's a demerit. Please check.
I think yung question po ni ma'am is like, a casual faculty may have 18 units, right?
Yeah.
Regular load. Ngayon, kung i-deload siya ng 12 units, will she be paid for the 12 units? Or, kasi nga, diba, dahil casual siya, kung 6 units na lang yung meron siya, will she be paid 6 units? Or, compensate pa rin yung 12 units? Yun ba yun?
Ano lang sir, forfeiture lang sir. Forfeiture of the deload lang. Kung sakaling hindi niya ma-implement.
6 units percent, kasi ang 12 units for a year nakalagay siya.
Mali ba?
12 units per
Bakit mali
year.
naman mali yata? So ang understanding doon, ma'am, is 6 plus 12 plus 6. 18, equivalent sa full teaching load. So she will be paid the 18 units. Parang hindi ko nailagay ba natin yung accountability ni faculty?
Forfeiture lang sir of the deload. Kung nakalagay.
Saan? We might have missed that. That's why we need to have a forum like this.
Yung kubang 12 units a year or per semester?
Per sem po.
Per semester, ma'am. The granted deload shall be observed and assessed at the end of each semester, whether it is still needed to be renewed for the next sem or deemed no longer necessary and appropriate. It means per semester.
Sir, the allowable for the maximum number of deloading sa faculties, it depends on the gravity or
Of the
depends on the research. So, ibig sabihin, pag sinabi ni Dean, pang 3 units lang to,
Yes.
pang 6 units lang to, parang gano'n siya. Kasi,
The dean, yes.
parang vague siya. The dean or the UMrec will decide the maximum deloading for the specific faculty.
I think it was put there that the maximum deload
Yes,
is
maximum,
allowed.
sir.
And in the contract, because there are forms,
Yes, po.
the dean has to sign there, has to agree with the number of units. So, siya yung magde-decide at the end of the day if the faculty needs more than 3 or 6 or 9 or 12. Kasi siya yung mawala ng faculties. Tapos yung depth ng research, siya rin makikita niya. So, siya yung unang filter. At kung sino man yung ilalagay niyang committee na mag-evaluate nung deload.
Sir, ang tanong nila, paano nga kung hindi natapos?
Yun po, yung accountability.
Bayad siya.
Yeah.
Every month bayad siya eh.
I think I forgot to put that in the provision.
Yes, sir.
Accountability, but logically, if you build and promise to produce an output for research and you did not meet that, then you have to be returning the money that you have enjoyed for a semester. I think, in my opinion, that's logical. Because that's how you become accountable.
Yeah, we do have some.
Stipulated in the contract.
Yeah, so siguro kung hindi ko na-mention dito, I can put it in the contract. I think,
Kasama naman sir sa contract.
kasama daw, sorry.
Hindi, what I mean po is, required na may contract bago po ano.
Yeah,
So,
there is, yeah. May mga forms po, gumawa din po kami ng mga forms about this stuff.
Like, hindi mo alam yung parang equivalent na naibigay sa'yo doon sa 12 or sa yung deloading, i-quantify siya. I-monetize yung deloading. Dapat ilagay yun po sa yun nga, sa contract. Sa detalye sa contract.
I think we can do that because yung mga nag-sabbatical leave na hindi nila natapos yung kanilang dissertation, nasingil nga sila eh. So I think we can do that.
Yes.
So don't worry about that. If they will not be able to return the favor because they are accountable supposedly. Yeah. Thank you.
Pero syempre po, babalik ako dun sa ano lang po. Babalik ako dun sa we know ourselves. We know our capacity, we know our capability, we know what we can do, up to what extent. Kanino tayo pwedeng maki-partner or maki-collaborate. Di ba? So, I think, pag ikinasa natin yan doon sa TV na nagpa-deload tayo, dapat tapusin natin. Ang intention natin doon is ang dulo, makagawa ka ng polisiya na relevant sa institution at meron kang output. May programa para sa kaibigan ka improve ng center mo, ng institute mo, o ng kolektibo mo. Bago ka, dapat buo na yun. Bago ka, pumunta doon.
So, mean to say, din ang responsible.
Yeah, that's why I always say intellectual humility is very important. Yun nga yung unang requirement ko sa UMrec member. You have to have intellectual humility. Because it will tell you if, can I really commit to this? You know, I have to be honest to myself. I will not request for 12 units if I think that I'm not really that good in research. And I need somebody, if I know that I am not an expert and I'm not that good, then I have to find somebody who can co-author with me so that I can realistically finish the paper. And also, there is also a monthly progress report kapag na-deload ka. So, the dean will know, may nangyayari ba rito sa visit na to, no? Kasi joke lang. Kasi nag-avail, tapos wala namang deliverable. So, may accomplishment report, every month po ito. So, ito po yung nagawa ko ngayong month na to. So, yan. Equivalent po yan sa 12 minutes sa sinasabi ko. Something like that. So, in a way, you can also be reminded by your dean and department head. Pumirma ka ng contract, pero nasa ng
For RTII po yun, ma'am.
Dalawa yung ano ha.
So, we have two types of kasi grant. Yung RPII, ma'am, yung deload po kasi it applies for two category. RPII, na-discuss ko na siya ng kanina yung deload. This one is for externally commissioned grants. Like po, DOST, outside, hindi po within university. Yung externally commissioned grants po, basically, some of the RPII procedure, it applies to externally commissioned grants. However po, dito sa externally commissioned grants, monthly progress report po ang kailangan i-submit ni proponent. Kasi po, doon po i-weigh ng management o ng CUR or ng dean, if appropriate pa po yung ibibigay sa kanyang deload. Kasi sa monthly progress report pa makikita if yung workload is rigorous pa ba, ganun po ba ka-heavy. So,
saka if it is an external grant, the funder is strict on that. So you really have to submit every month. Ano na nagawa mo? So, sasubmit mo po yun sa DOST. So, kapag hindi mo na-beat yung deadline, patay ka. Kasi either ibabalik mo yung naibigay na sa'yo or, pwede ka rin kasuhan nila kasi you have signed the contract, whatever.
So, yun po yung idea ng deload po natin. We have two categories lang po. So, yun po yung for RPII and for externally commissioned grants. Yes po.
And the good thing about having a funder, kapag may grant ka, na-deload ka na sa UMak, meron ka pang makukuha dun sa grant. Mas malaki actually makukuha mo. It depends on the funder kung magkano yung appropriation for you. So, minsan double compensation. So, yun yung inaaral ko kung sakaling ma-enjoy na natin yung mga grant. No? Anyway, wala pa naman tayo dun eh. So, we'll cross the bridge when we get there. Ang gusto ko muna ma-encourage, tayong lahat na mag-research. Yun po yung punto nito. Kaya, nagmamakaawa po kami na tayo. Sabi ko nga, kapag walang nag-avail nitong 5 slots, baka mapilitan kami yung CUR na gumawa ng paper. I-inhibit na lang namin yung sarili namin para doon sa committee. Pero I think we cannot do anything about it. Kailangan patunayan namin City Hall na nagagamit itong hinihin namin budget for this year. Kaya please, thank you.
So yun po. Next please. Next po. Next.
Yan na.
Yung sa overload naman po. Yung faculty members na may research related.
Ay, sila na.
So next po is policy on research fee for undergraduate oral defense. So the idea of this policy was to monetize and incentivize faculty members na tinutulungan yung mga students natin with their researches. Yes po. Next please. Next po. Next po. So, all students are required to pay 1,600 pesos, which will serve as appreciation for the panel members and advisors who generously contribute their time and expertise to critique and improve the undergraduate research papers. So, doon po yung manggagaling yung ipapambayad sa ating mga panel members. Yes po ma'am, for undergrad. For undergrad lang po ito ma'am. Undergrad. Yes po, for student. Per student siya ma'am. Next po.
For fourth year yun, or third year, I don't know.
So, yes sir, basta may research po si student. Yes po, they are bound to pay 1,600 po.
Question.
Yes ma'am.
Di ba nakaload yung research advisor sa faculty.
Teacher.
Teacher lang
Teacher lang siya. Ano siya pwede mag-advise?
Pwede naman. Pero ito ba kapag teacher ka, hawak mo yung buong klase. Parang nililigaw mo lahat sa course na. Tapos kapag nakadevelop na sila ng proposal nila, hanap sila ng advisor. Or before pa ma-develop, meron na silang hinaayos na advisor na mag-advise sa kanila. Sa isang klase po, hindi naman tayo yung teacher na i-mentor lahat ng itong grupo, for example. Meron lang po sa isang kaya nga po, ito na po siya. Para po, apart from yung load ni teacher, tapos nag-advisor siya, for example, tayo lang yan. Anong max? May max eh, di ba sir? Parang max o...
5.
Basta may max yun na ano. Pero again, kung ikaw, hindi mo kaya talaga kasi ikaw na teacher, di mo ka lang na at least 2 grupo. So apart from it, nakaload sa iyo, tapos advisor, ibigay ko sa iba. Apart from nakaload sa iyo, ikaw pa ay magbibigyan nun. Yung simple, appreciation na nag-mentor ka ng 1 o 2 group. As
Yeah, you can only have 5
may max
as advisor.
May max.
Para yung other faculty can also become advisors. So 5, that's 5,000. Ay, tama ba?
Yes, sir.
Hindi na natin sir, meron
Apo.
na yan.
May breakdown po tayo.
Meron yung per student, 1,600 yun. Babayaran ng basa.
Yeah, the resource advisor,
May
1,000.
appreciation po appreciation fee. Ayan na.
So 5 papers, 1,000 kung advisor ka, hanggang 5 lang po because we want to give other faculty members a chance to advise too. Hindi lang naman po kayo may monopoly ng knowledge. And then you have 3 panel members, 500 each, and then editor 500. Okay? So yun po.
Kasi sasabihin sa inyo sa
Yeah. As 3 panel members, pwede ka lang panel member for the 10 times.
10 times.
So 5,000 din ba? So hindi pwedeng po ikaw.
Oo, tama ikaw. Kasi kung ikaw yung advisor
Once lang naman yung thesis eh.
Sir, kung may proposal, ako na yung advisor ko.
Sampu, sir, isang panel members. Pwede ka mag-panel po sa 10.
Hindi, pwede ko lang yung 10 times. Hindi ba nakalagay ko? Kasi nakalagay yung sir.
Meron, ma'am. Maximum of 10 ma'am, sa back. Yan.
Panel members are only allowed to
Ang 5 po sa advisor, 10 po sa panel members.
Mag-panel ka,
10
times. Pwede.
And approved na din po yung... Ay,
Wala pong statistician.
5 authors lang ba?
Meron naman po tayong HPSB and magagamit po natin. Tapos yung advisor, trabaho niya na yun.
5 authors.
Kawawa din kasi yung bata pag ihatian. Actually, sir, per experience,
5.
may mga
Shall be limited to 5.
tayo na nagpapa sa labas, magastos sila ng 3,000 for the statistics. Although hindi naman talaga namin sila parang nagmamadali kasi sila. So, during the defense, nagpulat kami na magastos sila for the statistics. Sa marketplace lang sila naganap.
Yes, ma'am. May pumunta nga po, ma'am.
I think that's why we're having a forum like this, because we have to address those concerns as department head, as deans. I think you have to help your students because that is unfair on their part to pay 4,000 or 5,000 for statistics and all these things. Kasi po, trabaho natin yun eh. If I am the advisor, I really have to help the student with statistics as well. If I cannot do it because I'm not technically a statistician, then I will have a friend to help me with it But it's not the responsibility of the student to pay him or her. It is my responsibility to treat him to Starbucks or anywhere else. So yun po yun. Kaya kung please, sabihan niyo po yung inyong mga faculty na i-avoid ito kasi nagiging source of corruption din ito sa mga ibang tao, no? Just like that. And I encountered also a group of students na nagbayad sila ng 4,000 for
5K po, SPSS.
5K for SPSS, my God. Sabi ko, meron tayong libre doon sa center. Legit.
Sir, 200. 200. May hindi ba na yan?
Tapos, ang babayaran nilang po ng students 200 pesos para sa SPSS at saka sa or in vivo, yung qualitative research. For your information, meron din tayong in vivo. Ako yung unang-unang gumamit noon sa aking paper na in vivo. So, gamitin niyo po, i-abuso natin yung nandito for qualitative research or mixed methods, no? So, yun po.
Sir, yung 5 members for research group, approve na din.
Pwede po kung okay sa kanila, mag-suggest sa mga kasama po natin, mga deans, mga fellow deans, and college secretary. Kasi po, actually, ako parang naintindihan ko yung pinanggagalingan ng mga bata din. Kasi nga, kailangan talaga, parang meron din sigurong tayong sariling pool of statistician sa UMak na kumbaga, manang pro bono. Alam niyo po yun, consultant, yung sana yung mga nagtuturo ng staff. Sa science, especially. Math, science. Ang sister-in-law ko po kasi is clinical psychologist. So, idol ko po siya sa stat talaga. So, so sana meron tayong pool of, sir, na makakreate tayo na kahit ano muna for a start, kasi meron tayong tools, di ba? Kompleto tayo, sir, sa tools, sa SPSS, yun nga. Pero sana, yung tutulong talaga, kung hindi kaya ni advisor, hindi siya talaga fully equipped, no, na doon sa stat na part, especially yung mga matataas na naantas ng ng analysis, sana merong tutulong na grupo sa university.
Okay.
Ano po ang masasabi niyo doon?
Yeah, in my opinion, humble opinion, I think it should be the responsibility of the team to find the statisticians for each college, no? Kasi may mga MVP naman kayo, no, for research. Baka naman pwedeng gamitin nyo para hanapan ng statistician, no? Ngayon, kung hindi po, meron din po yung research center na kapag pumunta yung student, nire-refer po namin sa 3 tao na pwedeng mag-statistician for free
Sa loob ng UMak.
sa UMak, no? Kaya lang, mas gusto ko yung responsibility na yun, in my opinion, ay sa dean na po yun sana, dun sa per college. Ito, magaling itong mag-statistician, nakita ko yung research niya, yung dissertation, no? Siya na yung mag-identify nito.
Ilan po ba ang tayo dito sa UMak, sir?
Meron si Sir Ivan, meron si Sir Nino, minsan si Sir Dago.
So, yung 3.
Oo.
So, pwede na po yung 3 na yun sa lista.
Actually, experience ko sa COAS, no? So, ako yung nag-suggest sa mga COAS na bata na kunin niyo si Sir Ivan, kinausap ko na siya, libre daw, no? Si Sir Nino. So, yan.
So,
Pero I don't think na silang 3 lang. Alam ko yung mga per college, hindi na yun.
extension ng COS yun.
Especially mga sa Luminia, Pamplona.
Opo, sana po. Sa Actually, din doon, naisip namin to na parang pwede kaya na humiling tayo sa course na parang yung base, kasi sa totoo lang po, dumarating yung mga bata sa amin
na basic po talaga yung alam sa stat, median po. Fourth year na po yun. Sorry po pero ito based on experience po talaga. So, talagang we have to exhaust talaga yung possible ways para nagsa-crash course po kami ng statistics sa mga bata na hinahandle po namin. So, baka po pwede, gusto namin yung ipag-partner nun po sa inyo na sana magkaroon ng ganon, crash course on statistics talaga from the experts.
By the way, point of inquiry, hindi ba part ng yung statistics ng research writing? Na tinuturo ng teacher na nakaload ang research. So it is understood that the teacher is supposed to teach that, at least the basic ones, not just the main region mode, but even ANOVA and all these things. Alpha, alpha, blah, blah, blah. I think it's the responsibility of the teacher assigned to teach those things. Pero just the same, I was saying na kung ganun man na hindi kayo turo ni teacher, we also try to help the students to go to some people here. Now that we have, Ma'am Cariaga announced it na baka pwedeng yung COS, yung Ma'am Donna, saka the rest of the group. So, dumami pa lalo yung pwede nating pabalahin in order to accomplish that. Yan, salamat. Baka meron na po kayo suggestion.
Okay. So, gusto ko lang mag-comment regarding your statement, no, that it is a responsibility of the research teacher to teach, no, it's part of the research subjects, yung statistics, no. But I guess dapat yung research professor will only review. Kasi kung ituturo mo pa yun, it will take time.
Yes.
Hindi kaya yun. Kaya, kung talagang nakita ng research teacher, but it is the responsibility of the research teacher to really assess kung kaya ng mga estudyante. Kung hindi kaya ng estudyante, tama na mag-crash course tayo ng statistics. No? So, tama yun, yung ginagawa nila, ma'am. Kaya sa nursing, o sa pharmacy, sa doon, kanila. No? So, ganun po. Kasi sa amin, kaya nga naglagay kami ng additional subject on statistical, psychological statistics. Aside from psychological statistics, nag-elementary statistics pa kami kasi kulang nga eh. Hindi kaya ng isang semester ituro yung talagang research statistics, no? So, pero we're welcome, no, to collaborate with the other colleges. No?
Institutionalize na natin, ma'am.
Yes po. Andito naman po ang ating math department head.
Share ko po, yung pinagalingan ko po na institution doon, tandang-tanda ko po yun, hindi ko makakalimutan. Yung, parang modela po. Yung pong math department po yun eh. Nag-invite, meron silang module po. Crash course ma'am talaga. Module on statistics. Mula doon sa descriptive and then inferential. But then of course, ang binigay nila, yung talagang ginagamit. Yung very common na ginagamit talaga sa mga researchers. In-invite po nila ang mga teachers. Teachers po sa lahat ng kolegyo. And sabay-sabay kami nag-aral. Noong module na yun, meron po silang dinidevelop na ng module. And parang 1 week po yata yun na meron kaming official time na kung saan mag-meet kami lahat. Coming from all disciplines, ma'am. So, hindi ko siya makalimutan talaga. Kaya very relevant yun. Kasi hanggang ngayon natatandaan ko yung mga pinag-aaralan. Kahit na ngayon ay ang dami ng mga updates and all mo na.
yung basic principles, tandang-tanda talaga. So it was very helpful. Baka we can create one like this po para sa ating scientists.
Yes, pwede
Like
siguro.
that pala, sorry. Like.
I believe, ma'am, na pwede natin gawin yun with, of course, leadership of the CUR.
Collaborate tayo.
Yes, ma'am. Andito ang ating ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay ba, ma'am?
Yes po. Ma'am, planning sir yung module po ng statistics from basic to applied.
Wow.
Kaya po, yung kung medyo may difficulty dun sa statistics, mag-start mo na syempre sa basic.
Yes po.
Tapos po, pa-apply sa po.
Siguro you can always provide us with your schedule, and then we can post it also in the CUR's Facebook page.
Yes.
Tapos we can also include that in our research lectures and colloquium.
Yes.
Di ba, pangwalo na tayo, sama natin yon kung there are 5 sessions for that. Siguro kasama siya sa research lectures, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Dapat yung computer lab, no? Dapat merong hands-on kasi kami doon. Parang si ma'am, yung facilitator, yung lab department head na siya yung, may teacher kami kada Tapos, habang tinuturo niya, ginagawa na namin, ma'am. May tinitingnan kami na physical copy, harap kami sa computer, and then gawa. Then, bibigyan niya kami ng, parang kami estudyante ko na yun.
Thank you po, Ma'am Donna, Ma'am Blanca, and Ma'am Cariano.
Additional input, no? In preparing the module, Ma'am Blanca, siguro we can divide it into two, no? Yung advanced at saka yung basic. Kasi, and then we can assess the participants kung anong level sila. Kung hindi na nila kailangan ng basic kasi alam na nila yun, then they can go straight to ano. Pero kung kailangan nila ng review of the basic, then we can go to all the modules.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Ano pa lang po, may I request po or suggestion po. Kasi po yung sa business po, sa CBFS, may enhancement subject po kami na business study. So, balik po, ang talagang parang in preparation po talaga yun sa research 1 and research 2 po. Salamat po.
So I think we should laud the initiatives also of each college doing that. For example, in her case, they have this business statistics.
Before research.
And of course, we'll be waiting for the schedule from the COS. We will just post it, include it in our series of lectures and colloquia. Or unless you want to have like a separate face-to-face, it's okay pa rin. Just tell us po. Anything na komportable po kayo, you just do that.
Possible po kaya before AY 2023? Bago mag-start. Kasi po may thesis 1 na po ng first session.
Nagawa na po namin kasi yan dun sa MATSO. Activity namin, no, during Math Week. Ang ano po namin, audience po namin, lahat ng MATSO members po. So, invite po kami si Sir Dago. So, talagang pinarasend po niya lahat. Nakita po nila from the basic to apply. Ay, may so wala po kasi computer
Yung meets na lang.
Pero yung mas maganda po sa ngayon, sa
Yung pera.
Para may para magawa natin ang paraan sa mabati. Kahit limited number muna, basta yung may parang representation ng
pa-emphasize naman.
basta limited institutes or colleges, limited number kasi kung ito lang yung computer na merong gano'n. So, mas mabuti po kasi yung workshop talaga yung hands-on.
Emphasize lang po namin sa policy na approve na din po the 5 members, maximum of 5 members per group lang po, per undergraduate thesis.
Pwede
So,
rin talaga sorry po na.
yes, ma'am.
pwede din talagang collab kasi nag-i-input po sila ng data sa SPSS, sa CUR. Gumagamit po sila ng ng SPSS. So baka pwede po sila doon sa opo, and then itutuloy hanggang interpretation.
Nagawa din po namin yan, ma'am, na isang araw. Ang ginawa po namin, lahat ng students na umattend, pinadala namin ng laptop, tapos namin ng SPSS, pina-install namin. Tapos yung lecture prep po namin.
Oo, yun ma'am.
Nagawa po namin.
Sige po.
Excited na.
Thank you po.
Itong SPSS po na to, track lang to, yung practice.
Oo.
What we have is the legit. So, anyway, for workshop, pwede na po yun.
Yes.
And for the information of the body, yung CUR din, matagal na po nagko-conduct ng SPSS para sa iba't ibang colleges. No, I think yung ibang college naka-avail na nito. So siguro, mas maganda rin na ituloy pa rin as pointed out by Ma'am Blanca para mas bongga sa amin. Alright.
Lunch time na po. Balik po tayo 1 sana.
Or 1:30.
1:15 po.
Last na yan, sir.
Actually, may 11 policies pa po na kailangan i-discuss. So, if ever po, balik po tayo 1:15 po. Happy lunch po. Thank you po.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you po. Thank you po.
Balik po kayo mga
See you 1:15. Ay! Picture po muna po sana. Makasir ka.
Bumali pag yung picture na.
Meron na wala na mamaya.
Ayan po, picture. Picture po muna para makita po natin kung sino may present po. Stop streaming ba? Tawag ang student sa labas.
Picture! Yes! Ikaw mapagasayo ka na. Maganda yung kalat ng
Thank you, Ma'am Blanca.
Dito ko na namin.
Inano pa namin yun na in-break pa namin na side students.
Hindi, yung mga nila si Carona.
For the sake of arts.
Kailan si Carona?
Kita ba lahat, Iha?
Beans, D3.
Send na lang namin.
Okay na yan.
May 11 policies pa po Bibilisan na lang yung bit na lang mamaya.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wait po kayo.
Alert lang daw sila mga.
Ano yan?
Sana i-stop streaming and stop recording.
Kaya,
Ano ba sabi? Stop na ba? Sorry, ano na para tuloy-tuloy na.
Cut na lang yun. Tapos cut na lang.
ayaw nga. Sorry, ma'am. Start right away.
Okay. Good afternoon po. Thank you for those who came back. So our next policy is about policy on financial assistance, financial grant of 2023. So I will just relate to you the changes po. So before, we have the understanding na the only one who can avail financial grant are those who did not take their sabbatical leave. But we are actually, we updated it na we have updated it to 2 categories for those who avail sabbatical and for those who did not avail sabbatical leave. Next slide. Back. Next. So for those who did not take their sabbatical leave, ayan po, 25 for thesis and 50,000 for dissertation. And for those who took their sabbatical leave, for thesis 15,000 and for dissertation 30,000 pesos. Next po. Okay. So, financial grant po is applicable only to faculty members and administrative employees holding permanent appointments. So, yun yung pagkakaiba niya sa RPII. Yung RPII, pwedeng casual, but for financial grant, hindi po. Dapat may regular appointment. And the next change po na in-apply namin is, next po. Sige po. Ayun. Back po. Yan. So, yung first step po, dapat meron tayo number 5, should have an approved request to conduct research from UMak. So, yun lang po. And then, may mga requirements po yan, and nasa guidelines naman po yun ng policy na sinend po namin sa inyo. So, basically, we're just highlighting yung changes. Next. Next po. Ayun, go back po, sorry. At saka itong number 10, proponent will only apply between the research project implementation and financial grant. So, mamili lang po kayo kung sino yung gusto nyo apply sa dalawa. You cannot apply for both. Next. Next po. Yan, yung process flow, nasa guidelines din po yan. Yan. Next policy is policy on publication fee subsidy and incentives, amending and formalizing the guidelines for the availment of the publication incentives.
By the way, Mark.
Question lang, kung previously you availed of sabbatical, like during your classes, can you still avail of the sabbatical for your certificate?
I think so, yes. Yeah. Based from HR's rules, I think you can. And you can still have the financial grant, provided you pass all the requirements. And the change pa, the other change is, once you enrolled in dissertation writing, you have to write already to CUR, telling us your intention to avail the financial grant. No? So, kung ngayon po, pero yung mga graduate na ngayon, syempre hindi na ito sakop ng bagong policy. Consider pa rin namin kahit hindi kayo nag-write ng letter to us ahead of time. So, susundin natin yung old for this year. But for next year, this will be affected na. Okay.
Ito po yung next policy, yung tinatawag naming PIP, Publication Incentive Project Plan. Ayan. So, ang coverage po niya, all UMak employees, academic and administrative, regardless of employment status. So, ang change po na, ang update po dyan is, sa old policy po, na associated dyan, vague kasi yung provision doon about universitas. Na kasi po sa universitas, automatic, kapag nakapag-publish ka sa universitas, may 5,000 pesos ka. Regardless kung taga-UMak ka or taga-iba. Kasi pwede pong mag-publish po ang outsider sa universitas. So dito po, exclusive lang namin siya sa UMak. So, yung 5,000 pesos na incentive for universitas authors, doon lang po siya sa UMak authors. Per ano po yun ha? Per article. Hindi po siya, kung halimbawa, hindi po siya 4 kayong authors, tigli 5,000 kayo, hindi po ganun. Per article po siya. And, yan, we can also grant up to 20,000 for every paper kapag halimbawa na-publish siya sa Q1 or Q2 journal, 20,000, tapos 10,000 kapag Q3 or Q4 journal. Next po. Next. Yung guidelines po, nasa policy rin po yan. Okay, yung next policy is policy and guidelines on the use of NVivo, SPSS, and Turnitin. So yung old policy is, nakalagay lang po doon is research fee pag nag-bayad si estudyante ng 200 pesos, research fee, ano lang po siya, SPSS, parang Turnitin. Pero ngayon, sa lahat na po siya, sa lahat ng software na ginagamit ng research, to help them, 200 pesos lang po yun. So ito po yung mahalaga yung tatandaan. No paper shall be allowed for defense unless it is certified by CUR. Tapos 200 pesos po siya per paper for a maximum of 4 checks. And good thing about po yan, sa Turnitin po kasi, meron pong may access na po sa UMak email ka, they can use yung draft coach na tinatawag. So, pwede po yung gamitin ng estudyante. Check nila yung paper nila, mga similarity check, multiple times. Pero dadaan pa rin po sa final na Turnitin software na ginagamit po natin para po ma-issuean sila ng certificate. Next po. Yan. So, para naman po sa graduate, thesis writing, 1.5 per student, dissertation 2.5, and so on. Pero 50% po ito, yung mga yan, magiging 50% kapag UMak employee ka.
Also, if you are a dissertation student, for example, si Ma'am Mimi, tapos meron siyang requirement sa kanyang isang course na paper, pwede rin po siya mag-avail nito, but hindi po 125 ang babayad niya, kundi 200 lang. Parang as a undergrad student. Pero kung dissertation na, yun po, 25. Pero kung faculty, 50%. Okay.
Thank you po. Next po.
Ay, wait lang. Kadagdag. Kung sakali man po, kasi in vivo po, for qualitative research po, kung meron man pong magpapaprocess din po ng in vivo, make sure lang po, kasi po meron kami ngayong QR code for that. Tama ba?
Yeah, i-release after this.
After this session po, may i-release po kami another QR code para sa mga magre-request for in vivo. Yeah, in vivo.
Hello, yun.
In vivo, Turnitin, at saka SPSS. Particularly po sa in vivo, kasi ako usually yung pinagtatanungan. Ang kaya lang po ng in vivo ay in vivo coding, which is kung ano yung tawag dito, yung common word, yun po yung nai-process niya. Kung meron man pong magpapadiscourse coding or ano tawag doon, narrative coding, yung mga ganon, limited po si in vivo into in vivo coding. So, kaya siya tinawag din na in vivo. Kung magtatanong po yung mga bata kung pwedeng magpa-process ng discourse analysis, yung mga ganun po para sa qualitative data analysis, siguro po, pwede naman po kami tumulong, pero ang ano po dun is, much better po kung pa-direct na lang po sa ating mga research coordinator or advisor na i-guide nila yung mga bata dun sa part na yun. Kasi, for example, yung initial coding po ng in vivo ay hanggang in vivo lang. Kung ano yung common word na makukuha sa result or dun sa dito sa transcription ng interviews, yung mga ganun. Yun lang po yung kaya niya. Tapos afterwards, yung susunod na mga coding at saka data analysis for qualitative data, like yun yan, scores, phenomenological, eidetic reduction, yung mga ganun po, nandun na po yun sa guidance ng ating mga research advisors.
Yeah, you're right. So that is where you come in to help the students. For example, my paper, yung latest, I made a phenomenological study which will be seen in the universitas. Ginamit ko yung in vivo, ako yung unang user. So, nag-code lang siya ng mga main words that were used in the interview. So ako, as a researcher, ako yung gagawa ng deduce from all the main themes na lumabas. So ako yung mag-deduce ng main themes from the sub-themes na lumabas doon. Halimbawa, 50 yung common words. So hahanap ako doon ng most common na pwede kang i-group sila. Ako na yung gagawa nun, hindi si in vivo. So that is where the researcher comes in, or the advisor. So we really have to help the students kung hindi sila masyadong aware, familiar with, for example, phenomenological study, method, or what, etc. Thank you. Lagi ako na.
Thank you, sir. Next policy is UMREC member job description. So this is in relation to our newly established UMREC po. Next. So, highlights. If you were appointed or if you were nominated to become an UMREC member, meron po kayo, next po. Next po. Next. Ayan, ayun. Back po. Ayan, meron po kayong 6-unit teaching honorarium equivalent. Ayan, overload po siya. Approved na po siya. And then yung number 7 na to, it will be updated po kasi regardless, if you're UMREC member, you can also be a research coordinator, research advisor, and yun.
Basta lang mag-inhibit po pag nag-review.
Questions po dun sa apat na policies?
Kaya po in-amend namin yung number 7. We found out na konti lang yung mga faculty. For example, in Institute of Nursing or Pharmacy, kapag hindi namin sila isinama, wala na silang advisor, wala na rin silang coordinator kung UMREC members sila. So, and I think the other colleges might have the same predicament. Okay.
Next, surveys. Wala pa si Sir... okay.
Di ba nasa labas siya?
Sabi niya, tawagan ko siya.
Nagyan sige po.
Or, baka nasa labas.
Na may pinto. Ilagay mo na sa susunod na ano. Diyan sa table.
Wala na.
Sige, ikaw na muna.
Okay po, since nandito naman po ang mga deans, mga boss, ayan, at dito na po tayo sa job description ng mga research coordinator. Next po.
Mabilis na tayo. Okay, smart.
So, punta po tayo sa duties and responsibilities nila. Kung naririnig na po natin kanina yung paulit-ulit, yung kung pagtulong sa CUR sa pag-guide sa ating mga estudyante on how to go about their research, yun na po yung si advisor at saka si, more specifically, well, in general, si coordinator. So, ang mga duties and responsibilities niya ay manage research teachers, attend seminars capacitating for the conduct of research and managing the research department, such as the use of software, research methodology, research ethics and academic integrity, research writing and citation conventions. Next po, gusto kong i-highlight yung isa, letter C, which is development contextualize the research curriculum relevant to their college. Kasi po, hindi naman po one size fits all research. Bawat institute po natin may kanya-kanyang pangangailangan o pamamaraan ng pag-research. For example, sa amin po ni Sir Rante from philosophy, hindi naman po kasi applicable sa ibang mga colleges yung methodology ng philosophy for research. So, yung TAL hindi pwedeng sabihin na yung kanilang methodology applicable sa COS and so on and so forth. So, very important po na pasabi na lang po sa coordinator natin na i-contextualize para sa inyong mga institute. Okay po, for colleges. Nandyan din po yung checks for authenticity. Sila rin po yung unang mag-check ng originality ng mga papers na sinasubmit. So bago po umakyat sa CUR, yung para for the certification, ang una pong mag-turn it in, evaluation ay yung coordinators natin. From there, aakyat po sa CUR. Ang ginagawa po namin, more specifically si Sir Carl po kasi naka-assign doon, dino-double check niya yung turn it in findings ng coordinator. Yun, just to make sure na po. Ito pa po. Highlight ko rin po yung letter D kasi po part po ng policy on universitas and research journals ng UMak would be we are challenging the institutes and colleges. No, not really challenging pala. We are encouraging everyone na mag-come up ng sarili-sarili po nating research journal. So, yun po. Kasi, yes, mayroon tayong multidisciplinary which is universitas, pero mas maigi po sana kung meron din tayong journals bawat colleges and institute. Yan. Para mas marami tayong pwedeng, points for, world ranking. Yan. So, mas marami pong galing sa UMak na ma-i-index, mas maraming chances to, level up sa world rankings. Ayan po. So, asa pa po yun? Can we go to the next? Ayun. Ito po yung job overview niya. As managing editor din po pala, bagbalik lang po ako doon, as managing editor ng journal ng bawat colleges and institute, ang research coordinator din po ang pagde-decide together, in consultation with the academic community ng institute or college, kung ano yung citation convention na i-adapt ng bawat college institute. So, for example, sa I think last time na sabi ko na to, pwede po kayo mag-deviate from APA. Yun. Kung sa tingin niyo mas applicable sa inyong institute or sa college ninyo ang MLA or Harvard o Toribia, go ahead po. Basta lang po may proper implementation and may proper po na dissemination sa ating mga estudyante. Yun. Yes sir.
Also, regarding that, because although we're giving you the leeway to choose the style that you're going to use in your college, depending on your specialization, you will have to provide us with your style or citation style. For example, School of Law, they adopted the Ateneo citation style. Meron akong kopya nun. So once they submit a paper that they wanted me to check, it has to follow what they said they are using. No? So kung kayo po gagamit ng Turabian or kung ano man yung college nyo, kasi we're giving the college the leeway to do that for themselves. No? Including kung you will follow the IMRAD format for your undergrad thesis, or the usual traditional Chapter 1, Chapter 2, 3, 4, 5, 1 Introduction, 2 Review of Relativity, 3 Methodology, and so on and so forth. Yung iba pong college, they adopted the IMRAD, yung pong pre-propose namin as template for universitas. Ngayon po, yung mga dates, kayo po bahala kung ano pong i-adapt nyo. Nung una po, sinabihan kami na mag-recommend kami for each college. Sabi ko, hindi po. Mukhang out of respect for the deans, mukhang dapat po sila ang mag-decide kung they will follow the traditional or the IMRAD. Thank you.
On that po, the upcoming research manual, updated research manual, will give us the template na for UMak as as APA at saka as suggested. Pero po, again, bahala po yung colleges at saka institutes ninyo. Yung sa universitas po, meron din pong template for the journal. So, kasama po yun sa nilabas po namin na guidelines on how to publish sa universitas at saka research congress. Para po yun sa universitas at saka research congress. Hindi po sinasabi nun na yun yung institutional na template. Okay. So, hintayin po namin yung inyong ipapaalam kay Sir Rante na inyong convention.
Yeah, and another thing, if you want to have your own journal, you also have to follow certain parameters. And there is also a policy on that. Eventually, it will be discussed.
Yes,
So, it's not just you telling us, hey, we're going to come up with a journal. We still have to follow certain parameters, which we have to somehow accredit. No? Yeah. So, if we will not follow it, then we will no longer accredit it as a journal of UMak. Something like that. So, in a way, meron pa rin kaming power dun sa journal. Kasi meron din po kaming fear that baka mamaya, kung ano-ano na lang yung lumabas doon sa journals nyo. I'm not saying na, I'm not undermining the college, no, but it might also be a possibility, that other colleges might go beyond the standard, the accepted standard writing of a journal. Okay, anyway.
Yes po, kasi po,
May coordination.
yes po, kumbaga po, coordinate pa rin po sa amin. Kasi po, through us, i-course po namin sa UMak. Makikita niyo po yung process mamaya. At saka po kasi ang iniiwasan po natin, matag yung ating journal na predatory or what, or malagay sa bills list of predatory journal dito po. So, yun lang naman po yung ano natin. Kaya meron tayong keep din po ng mga standard. Of course, nandito pong CUR to help your journal be indexed din. Yun. Okay, yes na.
Yung sa sir, kasi di ba we have yung format for the quantitative. How about yung sa qualitative, sir? May ba tayo, yung standard format ba yan? Kasi may mga ibang students na nagko-qualitative.
Wala naman po. For universitas po, general po is inral. Tapos, depende po, ang nawawala po kasi, ang nababago po kasi sa quali at quantity at saka mixed methods ay yung data treatment methodology na part. Magkaiba po kasi yung treatment ng data. Pati yung sampling style at methodology ng quantity, quali at saka mixed methods. Yan. So, yun.
No, good news. Because I attended the research management in Lasal, I spoke with the Lasal people and I told them, hey, can you send some people to, train some interested faculty and students regarding using qualitative research, not doing that. And they said yes. And I told them, by the way, we don't have money to give you. Okay lang sa amin, sabi niya. So they will come here and I will inform all of you if you're interested to attend how to write qualitative research. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, sir. Yun, good news po yun kasi pag nagbabasa po kami na Carl ng mga sinasabit na papers, parang po minsan, ano daw? Napapaganon kami. Lalo na pag yung kasi po mas sa quali at saka mixed methods ako. So pag nagbabasa ako, napapaganon ako. Mukhang kailangan po yata natin ayusin ito ng konti. So, since may darating po, at least po maanoan tayo ng konti. Ano pa ba? Sige. Ay, sige.
Yeah. Kasi yung na-encounter namin mga papers, alam mo, they claim to be using mixed methods. Yung mix-up method yung nila. So, sabi ko, Kaya sabi ko, nakiusap ako sa kanila. But right now, I don't have budget for you guys. But if you're willing to extend, pareho naman tayo galing sa Catholic schools. Kasi classmate ko pala yung schoolmate ko yung director sa nung nasa UST ako before. Nag-iisnaban lang kami noon. So, kakilala kami doon, ikaw ba si... ako nga. Nag-iisnaban tayo before. Director siya doon sa Lasal. Siya rin yung in-charge ng indexing ng anti-Gonzales Philippine Citation Index. Baka naman pwedeng kayo, outreach, no? You share what you know. Hindi pwedeng sinosolo yan. Kaya wala akong pera, so pumunta kayo. Okay ba? Yes, sir. Okay. Kapatid pala. Yes, brother. Oh, siyempre kasama ko sa Central Seminary. Thank you.
Ayun po. So, meron pa po bang question about that? Yes, Sir Bill.
Yes. Actually po, sir, nung ma-share ko lang po, especially po sa gamit po namin ng Directive.
Pa-microphone na lang po para ma-record ng maigi. Yan, for documentation purposes.
Actually po, one of the observations po ng college namin, especially po sa pag-utilize ng Turnitin, last first semester, meron kasi kami thesis 1, parang isang program lang ata yung required talagang mag-undergo sa Turnitin. Pero ito pong second semester, lahat ng programs namin is meron pong thesis 2. Kaya required po lahat talaga na mag-undergo. Well, ang naging problem namin, especially sa research coordinator, dumami yung task because of the Turnitin na kaliwat kanan, lalo pa may na-discover nga din kami with the COR team na hindi nakaka-detect ng AI kapag sobrang ang dami na naman ang laman ng manuscript, no? Maybe more than 10,000 words ata yun nandoon. So, ang nangyayari po, pag nag-submit yung isang group na kanila pong manuscript, kailangan nilang i-split yung file into 2, file 1 and file 2. So, i-run namin yun. So, ang idea, parang lahat ng groups, ganoon na yung mangyayari. And then, lately, na-realize namin na, especially sa AI detection, nagkakaroon ng false positive. Like for example, may na-detect na 10%, tapos sa next round, magiging 20%. So, ang nangyayari is, yun nga, sa initial run, is kaunti yung na-detect na AI, and then sa susunod na run, mas dumadami. Kaya may ibang mga groups kami na nakadalawang resibo na para lang ma-comply. So, the idea there is, I just hope na sana maybe baka policies din sa college para siguro pag second semester, mas mapagaan yung trabaho ng research coordinator, and at the same time, yun nga po, siguro baka pwedeng magbigay ng access sa staff or sa ibang faculty, kasi talaga po, ang dami po talagang hindi namin, overwhelming yung mga sinasend po ng mga students, and until now, tapos na yung encoding, meron pa rin papaternitin. So yun po yung question po namin. Thanks, sir.
That's why I'm thankful for you, because you're really helping us and you're doing your job in turniting your students' outputs, no? And it's really hard. Can you imagine, kami lang ang gumagawa ng lahat. Now that you are here, yung mga research coordinators, kayo na. And regarding your request of making it more available, yeah, I'm going to do that, but I will choose from among your faculty. So probably I will start with those who are handling research, aside from you as research coordinators. Kaya I will just trust you that when I give you the task of being a coordinator, you yourself will be the one to do it, just like what you're doing, Sir Will, no? Para makikita mo talaga yung mga problema eventually, and you can also help us, tell us about it. Kasi meron po, naintindihan ko rin siguro masyadong busy yung ibang research coordinators, saka hindi pa define sa policy na merong 6 units, hindi po nila ginagawa yung kanilang job as doing the Turnitin. Kaya ang nangyayari, kami rin yung gumagawa for them. Pero ngayon, we can impose na once you are assigned as a research coordinator, gagawin mo talaga yung work because you have to put it in your accomplishment report. And it will be checked by planning if you are really doing it. At kailangan lumabas dun sa inyong accomplishment. Okay? Saka nakikita po namin doon sa aming database, kasi ako yung administrator, kung tama ba yung ginagawa nyo na pagta-turnitin doon sa mga papers. Okay, so yun lang po. Thank you so much.
Ayun po. Meron pa po bang other questions for this policy? Ayan. Maraming salamat po sa mga kung sino ang mga maasa yun sa research coordinator. Kasi medyo gumaan po yung trabaho nila. Kung ano nyo po, kung tawag dito, bibisitahin niyo po si Carl. First thing in the morning, yun po yung ginagawa niya, Turnitin certification. So, grabe po yung tampak nung na yun. On top pa po dun sa UMREC, tawag dito, task namin. Kasi po yung bulk din ng trabaho ay yung SPSS, tapos yung sa request to conduct at saka universitas. Tapos kasama pa po si Turnitin. So,
Wala pang yung Vigo.
Wala pa po yung in vivo kasi halos konti lang po yung nagpa-quality dito sa UMak. Ayun. May question pa po. Again, maraming salamat po kung sino ang
Then we go to the grants na.
Okay. Ibibigay ko muna po kay Sir Nick Camille ang microphone at ang floor para mag-discuss about writing grants. Yes. Thank you po.
Pakilala niyo. Pakilala mo.
Sir Mark?
Si Sir Nick Camille po yung ating part-time research consultant. So, siya po yung nagpo-conduct ng mga research lectures natin and colloquium. Dr. Nick Camille.
Thanks, Sir Mark. First, congratulations to each and every one of you. Please, pakisabi sa katabi mo, congratulations. You're now a research coordinator.
Technically parang ganun.
Okay, congratulations. That's the very important function of a university, right? Teaching, community extension, and research. The only gaps of UP Ateneo Lasal is research production. So if we will significantly increase our research production, UMak will be part of this top 10 university. Because our only gaps is research, right? We're excellent in teaching, in extension, and our gaps is research production. And COR, thanks for COR for inviting me as your part-time research consultant. How many of you have attended the research colloquium? None?
Lectures po.
Lectures. We discussed qualitative, we discussed writing and good introduction, choosing the right methodology. I hope as a research, maski ako, I finished my PhD in Australia as an Australian Leadership Award. I usually attend those seminars and forums. Why? It's one way to update me, address me with the new technology, new knowledge that has been produced. Do you know that you have an access to Wolfram Mathematica? Wolfram Mathematica is a game changer. So if students from UP Ateneo Lasal is using it, and then our faculty doesn't have access to it, it will be a disadvantage for us, especially for our students at our faculty. You have Wolfram. I think you have NVivo right now for the qualitative and big data analytics. And as we all know, we cannot do research without budget. I think one of the limitations if we're doing research without a budget, you're just gonna do meta-analysis of literature. But the chances for us to be published is very minimal because you're just reviewing articles, right? So what journal articles is looking at is if you have primary data. And you can only do that if you conduct survey, FGDs, and you have interviews. It's one way to develop new knowledge or address the gaps of the literature. Okay? Congratulations again, and I would like to acknowledge your director for inviting me in your team. Sayang, hindi kayo nag-attend, no? Last time, we had the main guy from Mathematica from the US. In just one computation, the software will provide everything. So hopefully you could download your Wolfram Mathematica in your software. So it's a campus-wide subscription, license free. So just maximize it. But in vivo, it's not free. It's a Please, next. This is the outline of my 30 minutes presentation, and we'll focus on the grant. Why grant writing? As I mentioned, you cannot do research without a grant, right? Without a budget, unless it will be coming from your own pocket, right? So as research coordinators, this is the outline of my presentation. As research coordinator, di ba? Kaya kayo napili eh, you're good in outline, you're good in identifying the scope and limitations, you're good in analysis, right? But next please, at the end of the day, you will be the one to survive this one. This onslaught. Diba, in a university and as an academic, it's either you publish or I don't want it to perish. It's publish, and publish. Okay? But it's a reality right now, right? Even in self-promotion, right? We need to have publication. That's a reality that we need to accept. It doesn't mean that sino tapos na PhD dito. It doesn't mean that you're done with PhD, your life as a researcher will end. It's just wanting to train you. So don't think that after my PhD I don't want to do research. No, it's just wanting to train you to do more research and to do more grant writing. Okay? So all of you, we want you from CUR, we want all of you to publish. Why? At the end of the day, it will significantly increase the ranking of our university. That's the only way that we could progress for a university, right? If we do more research. Agree? Next. So publish or perish is a common phrase used to describe the pressure researchers feel to publish their research findings. In order to stay relevant and to become successful within the academic community, because we're doing research to address the gaps of the literature and to contribute to the knowledge. This morning we discussed about our data will inform policy and program, right? So it could also inform the knowledge base about our profession, right? It will significantly increase, contribute to the wider society, whether you wanted to contribute in linguistics, in science. So that's an important thing, okay? Alam nyo, sabi nila, boring daw yung mga research coordinators, pero I told them, in terms of onslaught, sila yung unang mapapublish at sila unang to survive. But no worries, okay? Always smile, and we're there to assist you. Next. So, according to the director natin, it's a call to action. Why? We're investing heavily in research in UMak. Because if we could publish more, we could level up. And we could be the premier city university in the Philippines. Agree? That's the only way we could surpass other city universities with a lot of budget students, if we publish more. Right? You see LaSalle and Ateneo focusing more on publication. So, this is the idea, right? Research and publish. Okay. Alam niyo, napakasyabi niya, why? I don't know if there's a policy that you could do for publication over students. In other countries, the primary researcher is the advisor, and the secondary authors are their students. And they accept it. When I was in Diliman teaching as an assistant professor of research, I am the primary author and my co-authors are my students. So between 8 or 6 studies, I will choose the best study out of these 6. And I'll talk to them, especially I'm looking at those with doing primary data. And maybe we could publish together. Since I'm your advisor, I'll make it more publishable and could be accepted in conferences. Fortunately, 3 out of 3 got accepted in the conference. I think it's acceptable. You could be the primary author, and your students could be the secondary authors. Because you cannot do it alone. And you cannot do it given the fact that it requires resources, time. You need grant. Next. But always remember that grants are not written and submitted. They are drafted, redrafted, written, scrapped, resurrected, rewritten, reviewed, revised, slapped upon, tweaked, and submitted. It's not a week-long process. It's difficult to get a grant. But it requires, you need to take the first step. Because as a research coordinator and as an academic, if you get this grant, look, diba in other countries, look at their university website. Makikita mo, you can see in the profile of the academic how much grant have they got, right? Oh, I got around ₱1 million. I got around 500,000, right? Makita nyo? Because it's also, it's a point system also. It's one way to validate that your university and that individual is really contributing to the knowledge base. What are the findings found? Funding sources? Identify multiple sources. What and who have these agencies funded in previous years? Think outside of the box but don't waste time. Ensure you and the project fit the selection criteria. Don't be put off by failure. As an academic, don't be honest if you get reaction or if you get comments from CUR or from other reviewers about your paper. What I do is I accepted it openly and enhance my paper and submit it again to another journal. So if you get rejected in one journal, go find another journal and use the comments and inputs of those reviewers kasi blind review yun, peer reviewed it, to get your paper to be published. Ang mahirap lang, kapag tayo lang ang nag-review ng paper niyo, kayo lang. It will suffer significantly the quality of it. Right? Agree? And even in journal, one of the requirements really is peer review. Blind peer review. I would suggest, ito lang, I would submit your paper in a journal with ISB and like universities or in international journal rather than in a journal that without any credentials at all. Why? Because once you have published your paper in that journal without any credentials at all, you cannot publish it again in another journal. So you just wasted your time writing it without any points that you could get out of it. Can you see my point? So rather than go publish abroad, and with a peer review, publish universities. Agree? That's the only way you can get a point this time. I'm just being honest and direct to the point. Okay? Okay, publish in some magazine or some, no, go to academic journals. Okay. Next. Have you encountered failure? Rejection about the journal. I also encountered rejections about my journal. It's part of our life. Okay? Kasi we're writing an academic journal, we're not writing sa Inquirer or sa Philippine Star. Okay? You're writing a research findings, academic paper. Your paper will be read not only by your colleagues here in UMak, but around the world, because there are 2 ways you do research, right? To address the gaps of the literature or to contribute your knowledge. You discuss the literature with other authors around the world, and your name will be immortalized forever. So that's the beauty of being a research coordinator. You have access to those gold mines. I call it gold mines. Why? Kasi if you're supervising 5 research students, and you could help them, out of 5, you could get 2 publications out of it a year. Amazing. You'll be the next full-time professor here. And your name will be immortal, and you could travel around the world. So every now and then, we need to anchor our grant writing our paper into international goals. Take note, if you're writing a grant, make sure that it informs or it will help to achieve one of the SDGs. Okay? I want to see it in your grant writing paper. This grant or research will assist in achieving this SDG 10, SDG 11, which is that. Okay? For example, this paper proposal will address the SDG 5, which is gender equality, together with SDG 4, which is quality education. Because those grant providers will look into whether your proposal will contribute in addressing or in attaining this social sustainable development goals. Next. Director Wright is telling us that, I don't know if you have discussed it, Director.
Not yet, sir.
Not yet.
Later.
Later, he will discuss this further. But just to provide you with the names, we're the premier city university in the Philippines, maybe in Asia. So basically, if you want to contribute more, we wanted to focus in our own niche. So always remember, in your grant writing, you focus that this paper will contribute, for example, in the concerns about urban health. This paper will contribute in providing social welfare in urban setting. This paper will contribute in looking at biodiversity in urban areas. How to promote biodiversity. Why? Because we're in Makati, right? It's a premier city in the Philippines. So we need to anchor our research, our grant proposal toward this. Nakuha niyo? So every time you write those research, it should be anchored towards sustainable development goals, toward research vision of the university or the city, okay? Or the development goals of the Philippines. Next.
Carl.
For example, in the Commission on Higher Education, they're giving grants, okay? And they want you to anchor your paper on the 6 thematic areas. First is education for STEAM, environment, disaster prevention, climate change, and energy, maritime economy, biodiversity, conservation, smart analytics, health systems, food production, and security. In those 6 areas, do you think pasok lahat sa UMak or sa mga research studies natin, sa grants? Right? Ang wala lang sa atin siguro, marine economy, right? It's more on islands, but we have biodiversity in urban areas, right? Let's look at Singapore, how they promote biodiversity. What else? So all of it are related in our mission and vision in UMak, especially our proposed research strategy. So every now and then, make sure that the students, co-faculty, those doing, how many are doing postgrad here? Tapos lang kayo sa postgrad, make sure that their research proposal or grant will be toward achieving this 6 platforms. If you want to submit a paper or a grant in check. Okay? So kanina, Director Natin mentioned that you could access this 100K grant. It's very important to have those grants and to get those grants. Why? If you put it in your CV, that's one of the main achievements of an academic, especially researcher, to get those grants. Okay? Even it's 50,000, 80,000, it's a big it's a big attainment for us, accomplishment. And you could argue with that. Okay? And it's a big bonus for us. Next is, I wanted you to talk about those priority areas. So check and provide completing participation work in any of the following classrooms. So all of it are here in UMak when I'm saying. So you're from College of Science. College of Science what? You know that you have the Walter Mathematica. It's an amazing software. You could access it, please. In the mathematics conference in the Philippines, one of the main speakers told us that the only way that we could make our students employable is for them to know how to use this software. So when they go out of the field, it's one of the main advantages for them. Because if they don't know how to use those technology, it will be a disadvantage for them, right? If you have these other universities and then using the software and then our student doesn't even know that it exists. So hopefully that, and then these top priority areas are really, ang wala lang sa atin is the agriculture and fishery, right? May agriculture ba tayo? Wala. Fishery, wala rin, right? So that's the only way. But we don't have forest in Makati. So that's the fourth cluster lang. But everything is here, right? Next. I have 15 minutes more. So these are research priorities from the DOST. Look, they're providing grants from these areas. Functional foods, nutrition and food safety. How? Maybe I do a research about food safety along Ayama. Mga tindahan na, right? Maybe I'll do a research on re-emerging and emerging infectious diseases in Makati, especially in the red light district or in other areas. Or I'll do a research about digital and frontier technologies for health or disaster risk and reduction in Makati. Or I'll do a mental health study in Makati because there's a lot of mental health concerns, especially in urban areas. Even that they don't have the environment, the clean air or something, the open space. What's happening to their mental health? We do a mental health analysis for children, for women, single parent, with disabilities, with older persons. There's a lot of potential systems. So who else? College from Science. Who else are from the other colleges? IT. There's a from IT. I love IT. IT in Makati. Business in the city. Next is case. So medyo stress ako niyan that time. I got a grant from the Australian government to do a research on this one. The journey of Filipino older person towards a new normal in times of COVID-19 makes me study. So the other one, my colleague got a safe food system, setting against vulnerabilities and externalities of food systems. So they're giving that. So I got this grant, so it's almost $1 million pesos. So doing research, I did a research nationwide. So you can access those grants. And I'll show you the specific way of accessing next. So first is online submission lab. So you could experience that all of the submission and grants writing natin are online. Wala nang paperless na tayo lahat. It's quite easy, just fill out everything. But make sure while you're filling it up, naka-ready ka na. May initial grant, right? Paper ka na. Okay? So next. So just identify specific research questions that you wanted to address. Just like writing a research proposal, rationale and significance. Okay? So just come up with 5 or 4 research questions about the proposed research grant. Next. you have this rationale and significance. So always remember the limitation. Usually they will ask you just write around 300 words. Okay, next. Outputs, it's very important that you identify outputs for research questions or for objective. Okay, so you need to specifically and clearly identify those outputs based on your study questions. Next. One more thing is the communication strategy. Can you go back? Communication and engagement strategy. Okay. And then next, back more. And you identify the specific outputs that you could contribute to your study. Kanina, I was listening. They're asking how can we validate those outputs that could contribute to society or to the city. Okay. Kasi it's kailangan specifically you will validate those outputs of your research. It could be a proposed policy. It could be a proposed program intervention. It could be a proposed enhancement of the curriculum sa directorate or a proposed development of a new module in IT. Okay? But in my output is, one of the output is, aside from developing new knowledge about how older persons adapt to the new normal, one specific output is I'll develop a website for them. So this is the website for the Filipino older persons. As part of my commitment, but always make sure every output that you'll have in your grant writing, okay, should have an equivalent money value. For example, you do an interview. How much is the interview? You will spend around 500 to 600 pesos for one interview because it will include transcription of the interview. It will include the payment for the interviewer. It will include the food and the transportation. So you need to be clear about the budget because that will be the basis of your proposed budget. And the activities will be the basis of your caption. You know how to write those, so I will not go into details about it. So this is one of the main output of my study, which is a website. It's online. www.successfulagentph.com. I was a part-time professor in St. Mary's College. So these are the logos of the support from Australian government. The company is in the center. One of the outputs is we develop a logo. So you need to be specific of those outputs because that's one way to validate the research budget and your accomplishments. Okay? In writing those grants. Just remember that. In every grant providers, may kanya-kanya silang systems. Format. Okay? There are cases na may same format na rationale, objectives, but at the end of the day, my differences. Okay, next. Always remember that in a grant writing, the results research methodology. Ang tinitingnan ng mga grant award ng grant is your methodology. Clear ba yung methodology mo? Clear ba yung number of sample of respondents? What are the method of data collection? Where are you going to collect your data? What are the scope and limitations? What are the challenges in collecting those data? Or developing new technology? Okay. Is it feasible within a given timeline? So always remember that. Tinitignan, at even in research, napaka-importante ng methodology mo. Why? Because if mali yung methodology mo in responding to your research question, everything is question 1. It doesn't mean that you're good in quality, you'll stick with quality. At the end of the day, you need to prove that the choice of your methodology will be the best methodology to respond to your research question. Even in writing a journal article, they will ask, why have you chosen quality? Your research question can be answered by a qualitative. Kaya minsan, nagugulo rin tayo bakit naman hindi yata tugma yung answers findings natin dun sa research question? Because we have chosen the wrong methodology. At the end of the day, we need to choose the right methodology to respond to the research question. Not us dictating what's the methodology that we'll use. Because we're good in numbers, we'll do only quantitative. So forget those positivism, constructivism. Focus on the research problem. How to collect your data, how you analyze your data, and why you choose them. Okay, next. So design time horizon. Usually, tinitignan siya ng nagbibigay ng grant. Are you doing cross-sectional, one time, are you doing longitudinal? So you need to be clear why. Because every time you collect data, there is a money equivalent in your project research proposal, right? Hindi po pwede mag-collect ka ng data, hindi mo ilalagay ito yung nagastos ko, ito yung pang-transcripts ko, wala. Kapag hindi mo ilagay yun, ay, kumbaga, it will be difficult for you to get grant. Mabubutas lang yung bulsa mo. And then at the end of the day, hindi mo mapapublish yung dito. Okay. Di ba magandang tignan that in your CV, you could inform them that I got this grant from this grant provider. It will also be a success of the university to get a grant. Yeah. We'll be proud that you get those grants for your research. Lalo na kung other international grant providers. And what are the practical constraints? Next. So these are the type of data. You need to be clear. What are the type of data I'll be doing? I'll be doing KLI, FDD, survey. So, you need to be clear. Saan ako makukuha ng data ko? Magkano yung nagastos ko ng pamasahe ng mga researcher ko? Magkano bayad doon sa transcription ko? Magkano bayad doon sa software na bibilhin ko? You need to itemize everything. Parang budgeting yan. Na pupunta ka sa palengke. Okay? Di ba pag pupunta ka ng palengke, wala kang nakalista? Nag-over budget ka, right? So in grant proposal, always make sure that it's listed, specific items. Okay? Next. Tatanungin ka pa niya, na-encounter mo. Bakit nagbibigay ka ng 500 pesos sa researcher mo? Or 300 pesos kada, 200 pesos kada isang interview. Kasi ang minimum wage dito is 500. So, ang target na is 2 to 3. So, at the end of the day, it will surpass the minimum in 8 hours. Ganyan yung mga tanong. And then, how much is the budget for the food, the meal, the phone? So, lahat, kung pwede nyo ikarga doon sa research, sa provider, grant provider, ikarga nyo na. Pati table, titignan yan. Ano counterpart ng University of Makati? So, yun yung tatanong sa inyo pag nag-set kayo ng grant. Sabihin nyo, ang counterpart po niya is the electricity, my table, my office space, and the office space of my researcher. Another counterpart is the printing. So, cost nyo yun. The rent here in Makati is, for example, 50,000 pesos per table. So we have 4 tables, 200,000. That's the contribution of my university. Kasi every now and then they will ask for counterpart. Mahirap naman mangingi sa budget ng university lang. So make sure identify those things as your counterpart pag nagtanong ng counterpart. Okay, next is no research design is perfect. Discuss the trade-offs and the why. What are some issues? You need to have second option, third option. For example, we cannot get those respondents from this barangay population. We'll now shift to another barangay as an alternative, as option to fulfill our sample respondents. Okay? How to attract respondents, how to do the time and budgeting and constraints, what are the shortcomings of your study, study limitations and how you mitigate this, in fact, how your study addresses the gaps of the literature of the study. And always make sure that in writing those grants, you're selling something. You're selling an idea. Third is you're selling yourself because you're the one that will analyze the data. So you need to be clear how you go in analyzing the data, in the data visualization and the presentation. In my grant, I inform them that I'll conduct a presentation to validate my findings in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, and a national presentation. That's COVID time, it's online. Second is how did you ensure the safety of the participants. I ensure that my researcher will have all the safety will follow the safety protocols of wearing masks and everything. And then thirdly is I will just require them to interview all the persons within their own community so they will not go outside the community. So you need to address those issues and those concerns. And then how will you analyze the data? I'll analyze the data using the software and no question asked. At the end of the day, please utilize those softwares that you have in the methodology section. Because one thing is, if you will not include or inform the reader that you're using a software, the concerns of biases, especially for quantitative study, in a quantitative study, you should not work from mathematics, it will be difficult to analyze this mathematical computation. Just make use of it. You are the gatekeepers at the end of the day as research coordinator. Your students and your co-faculty will not understand those if you're not, as a gatekeeper, you will not open the doors for them and for your students. Okay? Last is, we would encourage you to apply for scholarships abroad. Director Ranta is very supportive. So opening yung Australian Awards, if you cannot take it in Australian Awards, go to the US scholarship. So any scholarship abroad, in UK, in US, in Australia is very generous. So let's take advantage of it. And at the end of the day, one of the main requirements for us to get those scholarships abroad is because of our research. If one university abroad, our professors would like it because you have the same research focus or interest, that research professor will surely give you the grant for you to go there and to do a master's or a PhD. At the end of the day, it will avoid down research. Okay? With that, you're the gatekeepers. Please do open the gate for others, for your students, maybe in writing those grants together and in writing those articles together. Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you, Dr. Camille Sanchez. So, in a way, we are given an orientation on how to get grants, and thank you so much. We have questions you may ask. And regarding the organized research units, which was also made into a policy and was approved by the MANCOM, EXCOM will be discussed eventually. And regarding the grant, now we start with the internal grant, the one that we have presented earlier, the research project and implementation incentive. I think it's a good practice. It's a good way of practicing how to get a grant internally muna from UMak, and then eventually we get grants outside, no? But there's no harm also in trying for both. Okay. Next is scholarships. I am intending to again propose to MANCOM this scholarship policy that we have made last year, I think. But HR took it from us, or I think we forwarded. I forwarded it to HR, thinking that HR would, take care of it. But up to now, it has not been presented yet to the management, and it has no approval, obviously. So what I will do now is to get it and propose it to Mantom to have it made into a policy. That scholarship has to do, just to give you a hint, I have written it, we have written it already long time ago. It's for those who are planning to get doctorate degrees, but not from UMak, but from at least the top 5 for identified universities or 10 universities. The scholarship will be shouldered by the city government of Makati, and yeah, I have made that long time ago, and I think I have to get it from HR because it has slept with them for 2 years na yata. I was thinking that they will, when they said they're going to take care of it, they will, I thought they will present it and have it approved, but hindi pa pala. So ako na, if it needs to have a research paper, I will come up with a paper and that will be my output, not a scholarship for the, because I believe that the only way for us to create a culture of research is by creating a pool of researchers. How can we create a pool when we don't have, people that we are sending outside to study for PhD or what have you. So sila, pagbalik nila dito, sila na ngayon yung may responsibilidad to help the research center to really improve our research. Nagkaroon na ng pool. So kung may 5 mapalad, halimbawa si Mamini, halimbawa, or yung iba pa, si Sir AJ, na mag-aaral sila outside UMak, magiging pool of researchers na sila sa UMak, So tutulong sila sa atin. And of course, Dr. Camille and Dr. Don Prisno, the one that I invited last time, and he said yes to me, but I still have to discuss with him some matters regarding terms of engagement. Because I have also created a policy on adjunct professor, research professor, and the organized research units. Wala pong question regarding the grant before we proceed to the next ones. Alright, thank you. Next, please. Bilisan na natin kasi mga busy na tayong lahat, Yung lang pinaka-meet siguro.
Tapos na yan.
Yeah. Thank you, Sir Nick. Thumbs up.
Salamat po, Sir Nick. Ayun, gaya po ng sinasabi ko kanina, balik po ako dun sa line of thought ko kanina about the research journal per college and institute. Lalagpasan ko na po yung tungkol sa universitas kasi basically ginagawa na po natin yan. Yung na-follow na po natin. Ang first line po, ang pinaka-gist lang po ng policy natin for universitas is we are accepting full paper na unpublished for universitas. So that kung meron man po kayo recently na nasulat na research at gusto niyo pong i-publish sa universitas, for example, yung dissertation niyo or master's thesis, ayun po, pwede po natin siyang i-publish sa universitas. Ang deadline po sa June 30. Yan, pwede pa pong mag-submit. Extended deadline po yun. So June 30 for the publishing lang ng universitas, not presentation for research congress on October 11 and 12. Basic requirement po yung diniscuss kanina ni Carl about request to conduct research. So dati po pinapasubmit ay abstract muna, then the full paper. Ngayon po, gaya ng sa request to conduct, yung research protocol po ang hinahanap namin. Namely, yung thesis yan, chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3. Kung naka-in-run format na po yan, introduction at saka methodology. Tapos yung actual na ICF na ginamit nyo o yung informed consent form na ginamit niyo for the data collection. So yun po yung pinapasubmit for UMREC review. Ngayon tatanungin po, bakit pa kailangan ng UMREC review? because we want to make sure na kung may publication tayo, may ipapublish tayo na research sa universitas, ethical yung quality. Yung quality kumbaga ng ating paper na i-include sa universitas ay ethical din. So, from that level pa lang, nasasala na po natin kasi baka meron, ayaw naman po natin na darating ang panahon, merong magpa-file ng complaint sa atin na yung unethical yung data collection nito, bakit siya na-publish. So, yun po. So, from there pa lang, pinapa-review na natin sa UMREC. And then, afterwards po, so gaya ng sinabi po namin kanina, blind review na rin po ang UMREC to ensure na hindi ma-influensyahan ng mga taga-UMak, yung mga taga-UMak din na UMREC members. Now, after ma-check yung tawag dito yung ethical, yung ethics part ng data collection and such, which is the protocol of your research, we will be asking you to submit the full paper na. Kung thesis yan, kahit po yung dissertation nila. Yung full chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Saka na po namin ipapa-convert yan sa IMRAD. Mali po pala. Sorry. I stand corrected. You have to convert it na sa IMRAD following 7th edition ng APA. Yun. Kung Harvard man po or Tulligan yung ginamit na standard for your dissertation, pag isasubmit nyo na po as research journal publication for universitas, naka-APA na po siya na format. Meron po kaming template na pinaprovide for that. So, ayun po. May limitation po ba sa number of words? Wala pa po kaming nilagay doon. Kasi po ang mangyayari dyan, kung sakali man, doon na po natin gugupitin or i-trim yung mga words pagdating ng kasi po, i-double blind review naman po siya. May mga set of reviewers po tayo na internal at saka external. So, that's why masyadong yung ating review ay super mabusisi.
Yeah, regarding that external, I have also, since I attended last 2 days ago, last Thursday, Friday, I was able to convince also people from other universities, as far as Mindanao, to be peer reviewers pro bono. No? So, I think it's a good news for us. Although namatay yung isa nating peer reviewer, si Professor Elmer Morales, I cried because best man niya akong kinasal siya. No? But I was able, siguro blessing, no? Bigla na lang dumami yung gustong mag-peer reviewer sa ating journal. Okay? It's easier now for me to get reviewers because it's now indexed in Andrew Gonzalez Philippine Citation Index. May trust ba? Once they knew, index pala yan. Sige, I'm willing to do a review for free. So, ang dami, from Notre Dame, from De La Salle, Bacolod, na-convince ko na lahat. Iba't ibang areas of discipline. Kaya, don't worry, marami po tayong psychology from these colleges, Mindanao State, kung sino-sino pa po. It's a good news. Thank you.
Clarification din po, kung pumasa po yung inyong paper na sinabit, yung research protocol ninyo sa UMREC review, it doesn't mean po na approved na po for publication and presentation. Kasi first level pa lang po yun. So, meron pa po another review, tapos yun po. Saka po namin mailalabas yung final list of presenters sa October for the Research Congress at yung final list of papers na may include for universitas, which hopefully po mas maagang ma-release unlike yung ating universitas last year. Tapos po, sa Research Congress po, so magda-diverge lang po si Research Congress at saka si universitas dito sa one feature na to. Sa Research Congress po, pinapayagan po namin na mag-submit kayo, kaya lang tapos na po yung deadline, kung yung paper ninyo ay na-publish outside. Kasi hindi naman po siya ipapublish. It doesn't mean na pag nag-present kayo sa research congress, ipapublish yung paper ninyo sa universitas. So, yun. So, kasi malaking karangalan din po na may feature sa research congress natin yung mga papers na na-present or na-publish outside. Kasi parang we are recognizing those, kumbaga, those people na who made it. So, pin-feature natin siya. Sa ibang universities po, ang tawag po doon ay magisterial lecture. So, parang ganun po siya. Parang professorial lecture siya. So, yun po. Now, ang dami pong laman nito, hinilate ko na lang po yung importante. Punta po ako doon sa research journal kasi yun po talaga yung gusto kong sanang magawa ng mga bawat colleges and institute. Yung mula po yata nagsimula ako magsalita sa mga ganito. Ito po talaga yung lagi kong hina-highlight. Pwede pong forward tayo. Yan, accreditation of journals. Ito po. So ano po ba ang conditions para ma-accredit ang inyong research journal sa CUR or University of Makati? Kumbaga, officially makakarry ninyo yung pangalan ng University of Makati. Number one, at least the research unit coordinator or head editor should have attended journal directive workshop organized by CUR. So, naka-attend na po kayo, check na po yan. So, number two, all articles should be specialized for the field of discipline with clear parameters for approval. So, that's why yung research coordinator should publish kung ano yung parameters ninyo po for your own journal. Yan. Of course, with coordination din po sa CUR yan. Number three, all articles have passed the assessment of UMREC as per their SOP. So, again, first line po ng ating tawag dito, pagpapa-evaluate ng mga research papers na ipapublish ay UMREC. Tapos, susunod, all articles follow the university research manual but may set their paper formatting or referencing style, example, APA, MLA, Turidian, Chicago, etc. So, kung meron po kayong sariling policy for that, you have to publish it na and implement it na sa inyong institute at saka college para alam na po ng inyong mga estudyante at mga teachers or professors kung ano yung standard na pinapollow ninyo. Number 5, the journal layout and design have been approved by CIC. Kasi po, i-carry natin yung University of Makati. So, meron po tayong center dito na nag-approve ng ating mga layouts at saka yung, kumbaga, branding. Yan. Number 6, sige po, next. Susunod. So, that's for the first time accreditation. For re-accreditation, which is yearly, there should be a regular release of journals every year that follows the same condition set above, which is yung letter A kanina. And if the journal failed to release regularly, it will forfeit the accreditation. So, pag sinabi po natin na annually siya, once annually, bi-annually, and so on and so forth, sana consistent tayo for that. So, yun po. Yung consistency po lang ng release, kasi yun din naman po yung tinitignan sa Scopus kung tawag dito, consistent tayo sa pag-publish. Yun po. Ayun. For first-time accreditation via accreditation, CUR shall use Andrew Gonzalez Philippine Citation Index and the SOPs of UMEC for the standardization. Yan. Meron po appendix yun, pwede po namin ibigay sa inyo yung AGCBI in citation index na yan. I mean, yung ginagamit na checklist for journals para ma-index. After this, I think we can share it to them. Para po alam niyo po kung ano rin yun. Para madali rin po tayo magpa-index sa AGCBI. So, hindi lang universitas ang naka-index, pati po yung mga sarili-sarili nating mga journals naka-index na rin. Yun. Yung susunod kung inassign sa akin ni Sir na for indexing ay yung sa JOASH na. So, for international indexing naman po yung ating tina-target ngayon. So, andito po ang CUR para i-assist din po kayo for that. So, kung makapasok po tayo doon, yes. Yun. we can help you naman po. Kung meron man kayo magiging research journal. May question po kayo dito? Dito po ako excited kasi the more the merrier ika. Kasi ang gaganda po ng mga researches na nilalabas na sinasagot sa amin eh. So, I think ang ganda kung may sarili-sarili tayo.
By the way, nanguha ko ng journal sa Lasal. So, meron ako nakuha for business, meron ako nakuha for language, for linguistics, for social science, and also for engineering. So, pwede nyo hiramin po yun sa akin sa may CUR. Meron din yata psychology, social science. Yeah. So, nandun po, pilit na nakawakot sa DLH. I requested from them to give us copies.
Para lang po hindi universitas yung ating avenue for publication. Next po. Ayan, okay na po yan. Okay. Eh, meron pong, for the accreditation, meron po kami i-release ulit ng QR code for that. Para madali na po natin. By the way, yung po bang, I would like to assure everyone na yung mga nagsubmit for Research Congress at saka Universitas na hindi pa po bumabalik yung paper. So, mabagal po talaga. Ang dami po kasi. Kung umabot po ng June 30, hindi pa po, may yung turnaround pa po kasi hindi pa po binabalik pa po namin kung sakali may nakita kami. Don't worry po, hindi naman po automatic rejection kung hindi pa natatapos yung mga revisions by June 30. Kasi po nakapasok naman po kayo before the deadline. So, yun po. May po yun may timestamp po yun. Nakikita po namin kung kailan nagsasabit yung mga tao. Ayan. Sige po, next po tayo. Ayan, okay na po tayo dyan. Next na po tayo. Kasi na-discuss ko na yan kanina. Policy on certifying published and unpublished researches by UMak, faculty and administrative officers for promotion purposes. Meron pong dating policy for this. Ngayon po, clarify lang po namin kasi one of the things na nagiging problem sa identification po ng published at unpublished is yung classification. Dati po kasi merong action research na tinatawag na hindi naman po talaga, pag binasa niyo po yung paper, hindi naman po talaga yung action research yung paper. Parang inaano lang po nila na action research siya, pero hindi naman po siya action research. So, dito sa policy po na to, dinefine po namin kung ano yung magiging ika-classify as published at saka unpublished. Sige po, next. Next po. Okay, qualifications for certifying published research. So number one po, they must be submitted in PDF. Pag all research articles submitted by candidates for hiring and promotion or re-ranking must comply with the following qualifications. Number one, they must be submitted in PDF to research at umak.edu.ph in their original form. I think hindi na ito may PDF form tayo ba? May Google form for this. I-release po din namin yan. Now, when you submit the paper for certifying as published, we would appreciate it if it's in IMRAD format, following the conventions on article formatting and source citation and referencing as provided for by the research journal issue it was originally included in. Now, kung hindi po naka-IMRAD format yung publication, doon po yung natin. Basta lang po may proof na ito yung format noong journal kung saan po kayo nag-publish. Yeah. Next po. Letter B is, it must use font style Metropolis, size 12. It must be letter size 8.5 by 11 yung paper po niya. It must have 1-inch margins. Bakit po I think this is Microsoft Word or PDF kasi po, i-turn it in din po namin. Yun. It must have the link to the research journal website and the ISSN or EISSN of the issue where the article is included. CR shall not certify as published any articles with research journals that only have ISBN. Yun po. I think ito yung pinakamahalaga dito. Pag ISBN po kasi, book siya. Yun. Journals po dapat ISSN. I believe po merong mga ganon, yung naka-ISBN. So, ito pa lang po, pag naka-ISBN siya, okay. Wag na po tayo mag-publish doon. So, we have to make sure na naka-ISSN siya. Number 2, they must exemplify the rigor of research in formulating the research problem, research design, data collection, and data analysis. So, beyond the ISSN, titignan din po namin yung rigor of research. Kasi po, doon din po namin malalaman kung na-publish po yung paper sa predatory journal. Okay? Kasi po kung wala naman pong rigor of research, bakit ito na na i-publish dun sa journal na yun? Doon na po ka magka-question. Tapos titignan na, that would lead us to look into the background checking of the journal itself. And then, titignan na po namin kung naka-scopus siya, naka-bills list, and so on and so forth. And then, ayun po, unfortunately, kung dun po na-publish, maitatag siya as unpublished research. They must pass the 15% similarity index of Turnitin. Why are we doing this again? Kaya tayo nagta-Turnitin kasi ayaw rin po natin na pagdating ng panahon, may magsampa ng kaso ng IPR at saka plagiarism dun sa i-ano natin, isa-certify natin na research. May nangyari po dyan sa UPB naman dito, di ba po? Alam naman po natin yun. So, iniiwasan po natin yun. They must have minimal typographical or typographical errors. They must have been published in reputable Scopus and non-Scopus journals for their self-validation. Candidates must request assistance with the list of Scopus articles from our LLC, our library. On the other hand, they shall refer to the COR policy on the list of non-Scopus, yung diniscuss po kanina ni Carl. Ayan po. Next po. They must have been published with the following. Ito po. Kasi ito rin po yung standard natin sa RRL po, di ba? Pag nagde-determine tayo kung ano yung i-include natin ng mga articles sa other than Scopus sila and so on and so forth, titignan din po natin yung publication year. 14 years for clinical, experimental, and quasi-experimental research. Kasi usually pag experimental, 14-year period po ang ginagamit ng mga researchers or scientists for clinical trials, di ba po? So, yun po yun. So, within 14 years, 5 years for non-clinical, non-experimental, and non-quasi-experimental research. Yan. Ito po yung letter C, kasi po, baka naman po, pagdating ng panahon, meron po isa sa atin na mag-publish ng ganitong paper. Beyond 14 years, if the research has been elevated as theory. Yan. Or scientific law by the industry and field of discipline of the candidate. So, yun, automatic yan. I-classify siya, isa-certify siya as published. Pag hindi po dito sa ating mga qualification, well, it can be deemed by COR as unpublished. Determination of research as unpublished. Number 1, the purported article was published in a book of abstracts and there was no accompanying research journal issue. Kasi meron pong ganyan abstract lang po yung pinapublish. Hindi po yun pwedeng i-classify as published research. Kung abstract, book of abstract lang siya. Next po. The purported article was published in a research conference proceeding. Yan po. Kaya po kung itatitle po natin yung ating journal as research conference proceeding, medyo magiging po yun, red flag po yun for accreditation. So yun. And there was no accompanying research journal issue. Kasi dapat may ganun yun. Yung tinatawag na conference proceeding, tapos may research journal siya. So dapat may accompanying siya. Number 3, the purported article was found to be published in a non-reputable research journal as listed by Scopus or the COR Policy 5 series of 2020-23, yung diniscuss kanina ni Carl. The purported article was found to have been published legitimately for more than the acceptable period of time as indicated kanina po, yung 5 years, 14 years period. The purported article was, number 1, pero po hindi po natin minimize yung tawag dito yung value ng mga unpublished, yung mga classify as unpublished At inaano lang po natin na, yeah, we cannot have the same points na binibigay for published. So, mas mababa lang po yung points ng mga unpublished. Okay? Kasi po, pwede ninyong isubmit sa amin yung research article published in a research journal that only has ISBN pa rin. At bibigyan pa rin po yun ng points. Number 2, master's thesis. Pwede pa po yan. Yan. Doctoral dissertation na hindi naman po pinapublish, basta po hindi po siya na-publish, may points pa rin po siya. It's just that hindi siya kapantay nung tawag nito, nung publish talaga from Scopus and such. Policy, legislative or government project proposal or needs assessment or report, pwede rin po ninyo isubmit yan. Kasi research pa rin po yan. Baka pwede pa po natin siyang IPRR kung gano'n. Research Incentive and such yung kanina. Research Project, RPII pala. So, ayan. I think sa CGPP, College of Governance and iba po. May mga na-engage sa Congress, for example, or sa City Hall, tapos pinapagawa sila ng legislative tawag dito, research to help the city councilor in drafting up draft ordinance. Pwede po yun kasi. Yun. Basta lang po, hindi tinatakan ng government na tawag dito, classified. Kasi hindi rin po natin yun ma-access. NGO needs assessment or report, project proposal, pwede po natin yan i-classify as unpublished. Pero, ibig sabihin nun po, you did research. Next po. Rejection of research. Ayan. Kung ang target po natin talaga ay publish, number 1, there is no ISSN or EISSN assigned for the issue of the research journal. There have been found ethical issues. Ayan po. Number 3, there is no evidence of rigor of research. Number 4, there has been more than a 15% similarity index in Turnitin. Number 5, there have been found intellectual property rights cases against the research article. I-reject na po yung paper. And might have a problem hiring dun sa, kung for example, new hire siya, tapos na sa aming pag-investigate, ito yung mga nakita natin, might have a problem, hiring the candidate. Now, for promotion, of course, magkakaroon po yan ng issue. Yan. There have been found articles that categorically debunk the findings of the research. So, i-reject po natin siya. Okay. Now, next po. May question po tayo dun. Wala naman. I think po may mga nare-reject po yata kami. So, ayun po. Closure lang naman yan, bro. Next tayo. Ito po yung sinasabi ko kanina na QR code, i-release din po. Meron na pala, naka-release na pala. QR code. Yeah. I think nakaka-receive na tayo na ito. Ayun. Isa sa mga popular po na services namin. Ito. Next. Ayun din po yung for legitimacy check. May mga nagre-request din po kasi ng mga yung mga may nag-invite po sa atin, mga professors and teachers, at saka mga admin na to present and such. Kung gusto niyo pong magpa-legitimacy check po noong mga nag-invite sa inyo ng mga research conference and such, or research journals, ito rin po yun. Meron pong another QR code for that, para ma-legitimacy check po namin. Yun. We do that with the library.
Inclusion for non-focus general.
Ito rin po pala yung ginagamit namin. Thank you, Carl, for that. Ito rin po yung link or QR code kung gusto niyo pong magpa-accredit ng journal. Okay. So, bakit po namin Google Form lahat, halos lahat ng services? Kasi mas madali pong mag-track. Medyo nababahan na po yung inbox ng CUR kasi. Mas madali po kasi tingnan, balikan kung sino yung hindi pa po namin na-process and such, kaysa naka-email lang siya. Okay. Academic integrity in research, kanina pa po natin pinag-uusapan, 15% for for similarity and 5% for AI. Now, the AI detection of Turnitin is still new. Gaya po ng sinabi ni Sir Will kanina, our workaround for that limitation, how much
15% is capacity naman.
Of-
Total loads.
yun, kailangan i-split yung yung file. Yun. Yun. Paano po kung meron kaming na-detect na AI, katulad ng kay Sir Will, hindi naman po agad plagiarism, at magpa-file ng major offense kung estudyante, or magpa-file ng kaso sa teacher or sa professor kung may na-detect. Hindi po ganun. CUR, as has been said kanina, is leading the way towards guiding people in their research. So, when we detect that, of course, we will notify the author and ask the author to look into it. Bakit kaya nagkaroon ng similarity? Sir?
Yeah, that's why Turnitin, you know that, no? If you analyze it, it's really helpful for us as a researcher. Kasi it tells us the similarity and we can actually change it right away. However, yung AI, which is a new policy, integrated dun sa isang, yan na ba yung discuss mo? 5% lang po. At nasusunod po ito ng mga undergrad. That's why 5% lang po. Kung kaya ng undergrad, kaya din ng natin. Kasi why would we rely on that? It's only a tool. It helps us, it inspires us, it gives us the first inspiration to be able to write more about a certain topic, but we cannot use it as is and own it. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Now, kung gagamit man tayo ng ChatGPT and all, yan po, we promise it's off the record, sir. Okay. Kung gagamit man po tayo, for example, one of the group of students who came to our office, one of the things na sinuggest po namin is, kung gumamit man kayo ng Killbot or ChatGPT, palagay sa methodology. Yun lang naman po yung hindi natin. Okay? Naaminin na gumamit. Kasi part of the tools yan eh. Hindi naman po, for example, SPSS, it's software, di ba? In vivo is software. Even a simple calculator is software. Bakit hindi natin i-declare na? So, simple declaration na gumamit po kami ng mga ganitong tool is enough. For example, for the identification of the sample size, kung gumamit po kayo ng Survey Monkey, why not put it on your methodology? Kasi okay naman po yun. It's intellectual honesty, kumbaga po.
And another thing, the acceptable international Turnitin similarity threshold rating is 10 to 15%. 10 to 15%. Ang ginamit po natin yung maximum na 15%. But the other universities, they only have 10. UST even have 5 lang yata in dissertation. Yeah.
So I think yun lang naman po yung natin.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Regarding dissertation, gusto ko lang ibalita yung Supreme Court decision about that UP PhD student who was stripped of her title because of simple reason, plagiarism. She lifted text from a source without properly citing, acknowledging. And you know what happened? Na-strip siya sa kanyang PhD. So kaya po, ingat po tayo. Kasi kahit po tapos na tayo long time ago ng PhD, kung matatagpuan pa rin po tayong may problema sa ganito, we can actually be, you know that. So, ingat po. Kaya yun lang po yung ating concern. Thank you.
Kaya po nagawa yung policy. Other than po that po kasi, other than the rise of the chat, GPT and all, we are also addressing yung lacking natin ng policy about intellectual integrity or academic integrity for the students and the employees. Kasi tinignan ko po kasi nung dinadraft ko tong policy na to, kung meron tayo sa student handbook at saka sa employee handbook, wala po kasi. So, kumbaga, at least sa research, meron tayong clear na guidelines. Ano ba yung tinatawag? Ano ba yung standard natin ng ethical o yung ating tinatawag na academic integrity pagdating sa research? Ayan. Yun. Kung makikita ninyo po, kinote ko po yung plagiarism provision ng student handbook. Kasi yun lang po yung wala pa nga pong definition kung ano ang plagiarism sa student handbook. So, medyo, kumbaga, dinefine pa po natin yan dito sa policy nito just to make sure na clear sa atin kung ano yung plagiarism. Namely, paying or use of undisclosed research assistance, whether human or not to accomplish the research and the report. Plagiarism of copyrighted or non-copyrighted papers, fabrication, tampering, and falsification of data, infringement of intellectual property rights of authors and institutions. So, dinefine pa po natin as acceptable sa other, kung ano yung tinatawag nating intellectual dishonesty. Ayan. Yun. Sa sa UP po, kasi pag nalaman na hindi mo din-disclose na meron kang research assistant na pa po yun na ka-question yung paper mo. Lalo na kung nasa master's at saka. I don't know po pero may nakalagay po kasi sa handbook eh. Ayun, ano pa po ba? I think okay na po ito. May question po ba tayo sa policy na ito? Yeah. I think lahat po tayo agree na one, yung AI is a tool and we can use it pero we have to disclose it if ever. Almost. I think na po ni Camille nabigyan na po niya to ng overview. Pero bago po ito i-discuss, pwedeng pumunta po tayo sa adjunct professor and so on. May create po kasi na bagong professorship na position dito sa UMak na wala pa po dito sa UMak for the sake of research. Can we go, adjunct professor. So, pwede po kasi na mag-hire tayo ng mga professors not just for teaching but only for research. Yan. At ito po yung adjunct professor. Very general, very vague na definition what an adjunct professor is. An adjunct professor usually is hired by the university for research grant writing. Okay? So, ayun po. Next po. Tatay dyan. Next po. Next. Ito po. The title adjunct professor is given to those who report to the director of the Center of the University Research and Office of the Vice President for Planning and Research. They don't report to OVPAA. Okay? Kasi ang trabaho po nila ay research. Yan. Qualifications, Doctor of Philosophy, baka po meron po kayong kilala. Para hindi lang po si Sir Camille or incoming po natin si Sir Prisno. Yan. Baka meron po kayong ma-recommend. Recognized expert in their field. Yan. Next, have published in Scopus in the past 5 years for non-experimental research, 14 years for experimental research, and for component for scientific theory. Yan. Baka may kilala po tayo. So, yan. Pwede po natin siyang i-invite. Next po, another qualification yata. Requirement are the following. Other than the requirement for HRM or ng HR natin. Research proposal with target funding institution. Ayan. Kasi yun po talaga yung kung bakit siya i-hire. Okay? Number 2, proposed training workshop or seminar modules for implementation. So either or both ang gagawin niya. Either magte-train siya sa atin or 2, tutulungan niya tayong makakuha ng research grants. Magsusulat siya ng research for research grant purposes. Type of engagement, project-based po siya. Yan. Remuneration, research project approval, budget by the funding organization. So, makakuha siya ng cut doon sa funding na ibibigay sa atin noong funder. Number 2, honorarium based on UMak merit promotion equivalency to be determined by the Office of Human Resource and Management for training, workshops, and seminars they provide. Okay? Ayun. Duties and responsibilities, as I've said, they are there to look for research grant and to give us seminars. Yeah. Next, that's 7. Sige. Next po. I think, wala yung tungkol sa tawag dito, sa visiting professor at saka sa, hindi pa approve. Ayun. May upcoming pa po kasi, visiting professor at saka magkakaroon na rin po tayo na, ano tawag doon? Or sa kanila?
Professor Emeritus. But those two, I gave those up. I made also policy for Professor Emeritus and visiting professor. But I told the MANCOM that I think this does not belong to me anymore. It should be under the VP for Academic Affairs. And I will just be giving you the ACAD, Sir Tapia, the copy of what we did for policy presentation to them. And it's up to them to yun na po, sabi ko, because it's your jurisdiction, it's not mine. Mine is only for research, adjunct professor. Actually, I was the one who thought of creating this and including also the organized research units. Because I'm thinking that this is a way for us to really be serious about doing research and getting grants. Okay, if we really wanted to be part of, the QS and times higher. So we go to the next one, the Horus. Yeah, go na. So,
Okay, as I've said po, ang mamumuno po ng Horus or sinasabi ko na yung word Horus, ano ba yan? Organized Research
Units.
Yun po ang ibig sabihin ng Horus, ORU. Organized Research Unit. Sa ngayon po, may dalawang Organized Research Unit na na-approve. Punta po tayo. Number 1 is, I think na bigyan na ng overview ni Sir Camille kanina, yung Research Unit for Urban Health, Aging, and Social Welfare Social Welfare, na pamumunuan po ni Professor Don Crisno Lucero. Parating na po siya. Pero siya yung nag-talk po last time. And yung isa naman po for Sir Camille Sanchez, Research Unit for Sustainable Urban Development. Again po, ang trabaho po nito, dati po sa ginawa, ang tawag sa kanila ay Center for. Nagkaroon po ng kalituan nung dinadraft po itong policy kasi dati center ang tawag. Kasi kung center siya, so other than Center for University Research, mayroong another center. Kasi po sa ibang mga universities, pag center na siya, it's a kind of, hindi lang siya sa research nagiging academic din siya, and yung tawag dito, extension, diba po, yung tatlong ng university. Pero dahil sa under lang siya ng research, unit lang po siya. So, yun. Ang trabaho ay makahanap ng mga research funds for these topic. Yan. Yung present po kanina ni Sir Camille, hopefully we could find outside or external funders for that. The OST, of course, meron na, definitely. Pero meron pa pong other institutions like USAID, ADB na nagbibigay ng funding for research. And of course, pag pumasok po tayo doon, kailangan po talaga natin gumawa ng research for that. Ayun.
Yes, and as pointed out, we need to focus on urban challenges or urban research concerns because we are an urban city, a city government, a city university, Kaya yun po yung focus natin. Dapat because it is easier for us to get funds if we have a focus on our researches. Kaya itong dalawang units na to, I actually drafted this policy in order to accommodate Dr. Prisno, although nakikipag-negotiate pa rin ako sa kanya because he is a sought-after researcher internationally. Ang dami niyang citations, I think 3,000 ang kanyang citations. So can you imagine how big that is? So, but I think I'm finally convincing him. Ang tinitingnan ko lang yung conflict of interest kasi baka meron din siyang ang tawag doon, meron din siyang work in other countries. So baka mag-conflict yung ano. Kaya sabi ko, baka pwede adjunct professor. Kasi adjunct professors are non-salaried by the university. Ibig sabihin wala siyang monthly salary. Nakadepende ang kanyang salary doon sa maibibigay niya, makukuha niyang grants, so sa funding. Tapos, kung meron bang ono, it will be based from the seminars that he will be conducting. So I don't think there will be a conflict of interest. And sabi ko nga sa Mancom, I was able to convince both of them to work with us. Kaya marami tayong gagawin. Ma-overwhelm tayo ng mga dapat i-accomplish for us to get grants from outside. Okay? I-practice muna natin yung grants dito para hindi tayo matakot masyado. Kasi for example, sa DOST, masyado silang mahigpit sa timeline. No? Kapag di mo na-meet, sinabi mo, August, tapos na yung first part, di mo na-submit, patay ka na. No? So, mga ganyan. Anyway.
Ayun po, kaya rin po, very advantageous na lilipat na po yung, magkakaroon na po talaga ng UMak kasi po at least yung CUR makaka-focus na po sa mga ganitong function. Yun. Kasi talaga po naubos yung aming oras sa request to conduct at saka dun sa universitas. Yun po. Ano pa bang pwede natin pag-usapan dito?
Wala na siguro.
I think wala na po dito sa ORUS.
This is the last one.
I think, yeah. And updates na lang, no? Mga updates sa ating tama ba? For policy on...
wala na yan.
Wala na, tapos na to. Open for room. Pero di ba meron tayong slide dun sa how many... ano lang pala yan. Yan, ito po yung mga nangyari na nagawa na ng CUR, mga colloquium at research lectures. Yan. Sige po, research directive session with HSE po and the coordinators, tapos po sa inyo mga deans. Ayan po, next po. Okay, tapos po maraming salamat po sa pag-aano ng research ethics sa pag-organize sa CDS. Yan. Thank you po doon. Yan. For inviting us. Kung kailangan nyo rin po ng magbigay rin po kami ng workshop or ethics workshop or seminar for research ethics, ayun po. Pwede rin po, para hindi lang po sinamiss. Meron pa po ba?
Yeah, Congress na lang. Questions po?
Questions, clarification?